Good morning. Wait, can we do this any better? No, we can't. I think that's as good as we're gonna get. Well, no, I could probably lower it a little more. Whatever. Okie doke. Today, actually, this entire week, really. This entire week is going to be this stuff. I try to fix up my to do before I start the day now. And hey, 3D Extended. Hey, Deo. And hey, EJ. So this week is going to be some UI and then stabilizing code. And also, I've been meaning to do this for a long time. Let's get bots to face left when you're the attacker. So let's do this. Okay, done. Now we need to put the game online. So package JSON. This will be 0.0.39. Now there are a couple of things I want to do. Had a good weekend? Yeah, I did. I was very tired. I've been generally more tired than I probably should be. Also, yesterday I spent some time working on Botland. I was really stressed out actually. And I think I was able to convince myself to not be as stressed out. Yeah, I spent a long time working on this. I know it says, so this says 5 o'clock over here, but that's when I committed. So I was already working on it for some time. So I probably spent about, 2 hours on Botland. That's not great, but it's not bad. Hey, TJ. So don't look at changes yet. Or, you can, sure, but I haven't updated it for today. Spent some time working on Botland yesterday. Oh, yeah, and this is pretty impressive. Oh, it closed. Oh, well, too bad. Well, anyway, there were 2,000 games played since Friday morning, and like 300 of those were on the weekend, where I didn't tell anyone that the servers were going to be online. I didn't advertise the game at all. So it's pretty good, I think. We're not aiming for those kinds of metrics really, but it's still nice to know. Okay, so yeah, put the game online. So let's see. Oops. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong button. Oh man, can I just click these things? All right. Bump client version to 0.0. And what is it? 3.9, I believe. Yeah, 3.9. So let's commit that, and let's just run through these. All right. So BL deploy. It should just work now. Then we need to go publish those things. Oh, here, Debian1. You finally beat Hideo this weekend? Okay, so screen. Now what are we going to do here? I need to get those IP addresses. Let's do an ls. I need to do this part off screen. As you guys know, there are many parts that I cannot show you due to passwords and whatnot. So let's put that there. There we go. Perfect. So this should be working now. And we're just waiting for this deploy to finish. This will take some time. But yeah, it's creating the new version right now. Okay, so what else do I have to do here? Publish these things. Run CUU. It's a good idea. Man, I'm seeing a couple of auto hosts that I haven't seen before. I'll have to check these people out. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're in good shape. Just waiting for this to finish. I should probably have it publish the client last. Hey, Antimatter Tape. Yeah, I had a good weekend. I was telling Hideo when he asked that I've been pretty stressed out about Botland. I think so here in general, here's like we're obviously in November and my planned launch is in like June or so. It's pretty much the summer of 2017. And so planned alpha is January of 2017. So this was my timeline and I figured, okay, we're at the point right now where I have one business month left this year. And then it's January. And January is of course one more month. So I have a max of 2 business months to complete the alpha. Now, is that enough time to do it? That's what I was getting stressed about. And I thought about it. Hey, Frunky. I thought about it and I thought my goal with alpha was basically to have like login and registration, and this stuff doesn't have to be great. I have this screen mostly there. It doesn't look good, of course. You can edit your defense. You can't add towers yet, so towers need to be done. And I also want to put in the tech tree for alpha. So, and I don't know if we have a separate thing for tech tree yet. And that's pretty much it. Like, then replay controls need to be there. So there's like 3 features left to code, and then a bunch of bugs to fix and a bunch of UI. Are you working full time on this project? Yeah, I am. And hey, Baldur. So there's the FAQ here, and it's one of the questions. Is Botland your full-time job? Yes. And the only reason I linked that, even after I answered it, is because you might find any of these other things interesting. So yeah, I was pretty stressed out, and I think by looking at it in terms of like, hey, there's only like 3 features really that I need to go do, and then every week the game is going to keep getting better. So hey Mad Max, I might try taking it a tiny bit easier this week than I have been, because I can't just be stressed out all the time, and I'm still getting work done, so I might as well just do it and not be so hard on myself. Okay, hey Digite. So, by the way, one other tiny bit of news. Daylight saving time has now hit the US as well. I'm pretty sure some countries in Europe, or perhaps all of Europe, was a week ahead of us. And that led to a lot of confusion around my stream schedule. So I'll just say daylight saving time hit the US yesterday. So just keep that in mind. The time you see right here is the time it is right now for me. I tend to start the stream at about 9 a.m. So yeah, might need to adjust your expectations there. Early streams are done. Yeah. Okay, so we've pushed both of these things. Now database changes. Database changes. All right, yeah, let's go do it. So I've got to do this from here, and then I've got to go make the database changes. Yeah, I was reminded on my phone too, and I mean, it's pretty hard to miss because you wake up and chances are you're an hour away from when you would have normally gotten up, right? Oh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. What happened there? Is it? Oh, right. Duh. Oh my god. You think I would just pay attention to what I'm doing? Alright. There. That should fix this. There we go. Now it works. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to give this some time. This is part of the reason why I'm going to keep trying to start the streams early a little bit. Because, yeah, we're in the process right now of putting the game back online. If you went there now, you would see... Yeah, you just see that the account server's offline. Got a host for 20k viewers from a pottery stream, which led to them roasting your badly shaved beard. You're a complete savage. You were roasting anyone taking the mic. Well, now we both dreamed about each other, apparently, Digite. I don't know what that means. Oh, my dream was us getting lunch in a Minecraft world. Alright, so enough about dreams. Let's go SSH into this box. Where's the IP? Here it is. Alright, I gotta do this off screen. Alright, so we're gonna connect to the database here. MySQL. You know what? The next time I recreate this, I should really put a, connect to database or something on here. Oh well. Wait a second, what am I doing here? Use Botland. But, what am I doing here? Change was viewed by Defender to was fetched by Defender. Okay, how do I do this? MySQL rename column. Alter table. Did I write this down? You need to update botline? Yeah, that's what I'm in the process of doing. I never wrote this down. Okay. Change name of column. Keyword rename. Alter table XYZ. Change old name to new name. No, the type is required. Okay, so yeah, when I finally get to the point where I've updated the changes and everything, we'll get there. We'll get there, and I will. Okay, so we need to make this thing. I don't know what it's gonna look like exactly. So the old name was viewed by defender, to was fetched by defender. This is the replays table, and int is not correct. Describe replays. What is this thing? Describe replays. Whoops. Was viewed by defender. Tiny int. So can we just type tiny int here? I really hope this works. Oh, that was easy. Was fetched by defender. Perfect. Okay, so that's step number 1. Step number 2 is invalidate all existing replays. I stopped restoring defender positions the same way. Yeah, so this is a change I made yesterday. You guys won't have any replays when you log in. So let's see how many replays we're deleting here. We're deleting 626 replays. Deleting 626 replays this way. Truncate table replays. Well, that sucks. TJ, so the way that changes are going to be working for pretty much the next 3 weeks is whatever changes I made the day before are the ones I'm going to publish in the morning. So I haven't made that change yet, but there is something I can show you that kind of gives you what you want. You'll see. You'll see. We'll get there. Okay, so now that I'm done with this, let's go back to the DevOps table. Where is it? Here it is. All right, so I've done everything now other than connect these servers up. So let's go do that. And this one too. And then we also need to start a game server if we haven't already. Do we have a game server? No, we don't. So let's go start one up. Done. And there's our game server. Okay, cool. Now we need to update changes. So this is done. This is done. This is done. Update changes. Let's go do that. Alright, so the only way we can do this is if we know what the changes are. Let's go find out what they are. So where was the last bump version? Here. Okay, so copy log messages. So here are all the changes in the new version. Let's see. Fix bug with bots getting 2x turns. Oh yeah, this is actually a really important bug. So there was a problem earlier where bots would get twice as many turns as they should have. This was most apparent with something like thrusters. Well, yeah. I don't actually think this is what resulted in bots stuttering around the arena. Alright, fix bug with canceling auto defense. I don't think that was a problem for you guys. This is not necessary. Wait for projectiles to settle after replays. I'm now waiting a little bit of time so that, where's that imager? This image is probably going to get deleted at some point. So that a GIF like this will no longer be as confusing in the future. Okay. You can't beat your alt account? You just gotta think about it harder, huh? Alright, so journals for replays no longer restore the positions of defenders. Oh yeah, I had to wipe out all existing replays due to an infrastructure change, which should be invisible, which should be, I guess, completely opaque to you, so I won't describe it here. I now wait for projectile. Yeah, don't care about that. Moved a bunch of replay. Don't care about that. Fixed a bug where pressing the play button when a replay is completely finished would crash the game. Address performance issue with WebGL, hopefully. Fix bug with using the wrong kind of blueprint. Oh yeah, this is what Bador was running into. Previously, when you entered attack mode, you could have a defense blueprint selected without realizing it. This led to some confusion because you would place a bot that didn't correspond to your, that seemingly didn't correspond to your blueprints. Don't care about that. New replays are now marked as new. Replays are marked unfetched by default. Yeah, I don't care about that. Until you view, yeah. Well, as soon as you log in, they're no longer marked as new in the database, but they're considered to be new on the client until you view them. How did you learn how to do this stuff and how it works? How did I learn how? I have a command called Adam's Code Journey that kind of tells you about Elapony. But in general, it's just a lot of programming. New replays are now shown as new. Yep, cool. Got rid of get replay IDs. Yep. Fixed a bug where you could have one less than number of max. Yeah. This means you can now have 10 replays instead of 9. The intended 10 replays instead of 9, yeah. So if we reload, is it still new? No, it's not. As soon as you download them, they're marked as old. And the reason for that is so that new ones can override the ones that you currently have. Watched replays are prioritized for deletion over unwatched replays. Added unit test, don't care about that. Warn user when they have unsafe changes. Oh yeah, this is actually pretty important. You are now warned when you try to cancel out of a defense or an attack and you have unsaved changes to blueprints or scripts. When you try to cancel, yeah, I don't care about that. Add debug API for getting player rankings. So, hey Telsigo, this is the thing that TJ was asking for. So if you go to account.bot.land/rankings, I believe, yeah, you will now get a pretty much unreadable list because, I mean, I didn't do anything to make this look any better. And you can potentially, so I'll write this here. Go to this and optionally specify, what was it called? It was like order by attack rank. Or this. Okay, so this is what you guys wanted. Of course, you wanted it in the game, so that's not done yet. But you can see def estimated skill 1539, 1401, 1376. If we say order by attack skill, whoops, we need to put this with a lowercase k. No, that didn't work. Order by attack rank. Whoops. Hang on a second. So then you can see Hideo's in the lead, and then Baldur, and then Avexator, Antimatter Tape. So you guys can parse this out or make a web page for right now. It should, don't count on this API being there forever. It's not going to be, but for now it will be at least. Okay, so there's that. Don't count on this API staying in the game. It's just a stopgap so that I don't have to so that Adam doesn't have to keep looking through the database manually. No, I'm reading chat. There's just nothing to respond to. Okay, that's done. That's done. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Okay, so here are all the changes. So now let's just do this, and then this, and then this, and this, and copy paste it over here. Actually, let's sort it by what the most important thing is. So I think this is perhaps the most important. This is the second most important. And the rest of these don't really matter. Yeah. This one probably goes up there though. Okay, cool. So let's put this online. Edit. By the way, the game is online if you guys want to play. Or should be. November 7th, 2016. Okay. Right, yeah, looks good. Save page. Okay, yeah. So if you want to check it out now, go to how to play, and let me make sure that this is working. So I'm going to test this myself here. So we're going to log in as Adam. Yeah, no one has any replays now. So your skill levels show up at the upper right still, and the only way to know what everyone else's are is to go to something like this. And so I can see, okay, here I am. It doesn't tell me what rank I am, but like you can just count. So yeah, I know this isn't the best. Adam is my dad. Okay. I don't believe I have a kid. But so let's go edit our defense. So if we try making a change to a blueprint, we get rid of this, for example. We hit update and we cancel, and now it warns us. That's good. If we go to attack somebody else, unknown error. Oh, that's not good. That is definitely not good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's... We're gonna have to go fix that. Oh, whoops, I never started the matchmaker. Oh, that's the problem. Oops. I forgot to press yes on this dialogue here, so there's no matchmaker online. Whoopsie doodle. Okay, well, that should fix that, right? Just a minor error. Just forgot to start on 1/3 of my infrastructure. Yeah, it must be that, did you say? It's nice in Postman? Do I have this in Postman? I mean, it's not that hard to add. Nah, I don't really care. Should let people log in with Twitch. Yeah, that'd be interesting, but I don't think it's worth coding it for right now. So remember, this week, so let's make sure I've done all of this stuff. Update changes, edit com, yeah. Cool. There we go. So let's get rid of all these things now. So yeah, goals until end of January are the same. This is done. So here's the roadmap for this week. Hey, Live Overflow. I managed to finish the first video I was watching about the copy on write bug, and I watched part of a second video on assembly. So there, now I can say that I am familiar with your YouTube. Adam will just expose all their Twitch details on stream. That shouldn't be possible thanks to OAuth. Oh, by the way, check this out. Okay, so this should be online now? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so here's Avexator's defense. And we should also be able to see how many people tried to do this. Just me, apparently. And it took 100 milliseconds, which was unnoticeable by me. So Avexator has melee, cloaking, and repair bots. Fearsome. Oh, by the way, can you let me know if the performance is better when attacking? I know it affected your computer a lot. Yeah. All right, so what do we want to put here? Cloaking, melee, and repair. I don't think there is a very good thing to beat this, is there? Oh, Zapper would actually be pretty interesting. Zapper and armor. I want to keep my cheese strategy. All right, let's try this out. Let's put down a couple of these bots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we put down there and there. There. Let's see how that works. Oh my god, it doesn't work. Why not? Can't even play this stupid game. Who made this? Could not simulate game. Type error. This is not a typed array. Oh boy. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Oh boy. I've never even seen this before. Well, I'm gonna need to hotfix this. Oh man. And yeah, Digite, that's interesting. I already have that coded, so it shouldn't be too bad. Darn it. Alright, so I guess this is priority number 1. The game servers can't simulate games thanks to a type error. Does this even work on my own machine? Did I even start these on my own machine? I didn't. What is on the bottom left? You mean the bottom right? This is because you pressed T and placed a tower. I'm pretty sure it's going to do absolutely nothing. Wanted to register, it says cannot create user. Okay, Onigun, I'll have to check that out too. And thank you for reporting that, by the way. Priority number 2 is this. Alright, so let's find out. What happens if I try running a game on my own machine? Does it even work? And how did I break everything? Okay, that says unknown error, but that actually could be totally fine. Login is Adam and I try this, and I put down some bots. It does work on my own machine, but it says, what? Could not simulate game, type error, this is not a typed array. I don't even have a stack trace for that. Do you want the stack of the error 500? It's just you'll just get the local stack though, right? No, yeah, I don't. Thank you, Hideo. And hey, Tat, I'm doing well. Hey, Jamin, the classic to-do list fixed game. Yeah. Man. Alright, so let's take a look at this. Oh, it's because I have compressed code. I would have run into... Okay, I know what's going on. Alright, so if I do this, if I go to attack someone and I just customize my code here, so I create a new script and do anything, literally even just write figure it out, then it's going to fail. Well, it should have failed. Stupid code, why are you not failing? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe it's on the defense that it matters? So if I go... Oh, well, whatever. I'm pretty sure this is coming from that buffer change that I made, though, and I just never tested it. So here, for example, if I say create new script, figure it out for me, create, save. Now I log in as the first player, and I try attacking them. Why is this not failing? What in the world is going on? Yeah, Badr, it'll eventually be possible to modify your attack bots in a very kind of roundabout way, but I'll write that down. But the thing is, well, okay, so that 500 game limit should never really be hittable. It's hittable right now, but yeah, there's a lot to address here. Okay, so I think this is coming from that buffer problem. Let's just go onto the server and try fixing that briefly manually. So we'll go to BL deploy. We'll go to botland build server source. What is it? Not called source. And then there's a find string buffer. Where did it find this? Well, this is super obnoxious. There, right there, main. Okay, so let's load up main. Vim main.js. Found ya. All right, I think this is the problem. So we just replaced this. So let's paste this here. And instead of this, we'll say new buffer, which is what I was trying to get rid of. And now on my, how do I do this? I know how. Here's what we have to do. We have to limit to game servers and -- tags stop start. Okay, hey Ramy. -- limit did not match any hosts. Okay, alright, I know how to do this. We vim prod host and we go modify game servers to be whatever this should be, which is what? This. Okay, not bad. We're getting there. Okay, so this should stop and then restart it. And now we'll be able to tell, does this work? So we hit attack. No, wrong thing. We hit commence over here. No, is this a health check thing? Oh, it worked. Oh, it worked. Okay. Yeah, so that was the problem. And I also totally wrecked Uvixator here. So I killed two birds with one stone. Nice. Okay, so the game's online there. That's working. I'm going to have to fix that myself. So this is because I was using buffer.from instead of new buffer. I have to fix that. And then Oniguns had wanted to register, but it says cannot create user. So let's go take a look at the database and see if anyone was able to register. Select ID, name, comma, creation date from users. So someone created an account yesterday. Actually, a bunch of people created an account yesterday. What node version am I using on the server? Sorry, I didn't see that. Actually, that's a good question. Yeah, what node version am I using? 5.9.1. Points to Hideo. It wasn't actually added until 6.0, I think. This sucks. This definitely sucks. New buffer deprecated since 6. Yeah, use buffer.from. Added in 5.10, and I'm on 5.9. Yeah, points to Hideo. Okay, I don't have to fix this. This is just a node version problem. Okay, so Oniguns had wanted to register, says cannot create user. Let's go try creating a user ourselves. So we're going to register for test account creation. Huh, yeah, interesting. Okay, so Onigun is not crazy. Let's go log into the account server. Why not keep node version up to date? Do you realize how many moving parts there are here? There is a ton of stuff to do. And I would like to keep things up to date, but there's just not enough time to do it. Creating a user, and then it returned a 500 error, though. Why? Or did it work? No, it didn't work. Couldn't have. Or we'd have that user in the database, right? Order by ID. Yeah, it didn't. I don't understand that. Create account. Could not create the user. What's going wrong here? Bad null error. Column inventory. Oh my god, I know what this is. Darn it. Okay. Yeah, let's go take a look. I think it has to do with this. Serialized starter inventory is passed in. But this must be wrong. Let's just print it out. Oh, I don't like these changes. I don't like these changes at all. So BL deploy. Let's go over to botland account server, source, server.js. We'll go to the constructor. Yeah, so serialized. We'll just print this out. Let's just copy paste this in. There. Hey EJ, when you see that people are only now deprecating Node 0.10 massively, I think Adam has some time. All right, let's go restart this. This should be already typed here, except for I need to restart it on account servers, not game servers. Account servers, enter. Okay, now we have to very quickly go over to here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's take a look. No, this is the wrong thing. What am I looking at? It's this. That explains why Control A. All right, where's the inventory? Where are you, inventory? Undefined. Right there. How is it undefined? Oh, that's why. I never tested this. Alright, there. That should fix that bug. So now we just got to make this change over here. So we go open up main.js, and instead of passing in starter inventory, we pass in serialized starter inventory. And then we rerun this, and then account creation should be fixed. So we press enter here. And now, check it out. We have a starting inventory. Okay, Onigun, the bug should be fixed. Let's go take a look. Create account. Perfect. The bug is now fixed. Thanks again for reporting it. Nice. All right. So yeah, that was just a minor bug. Okay, so let's check that in. And before I deploy the next thing to AWS, make sure to upgrade the game server's node version. I should really update the node version of everything. Update the node version in the AMI. Also, I should put in the MySQL command to connect to the database so that I don't have to keep copy pasting it. I could just put it in bash profile. Alright, well that's fixed, so let's go check that in. So now everyone should be able to register for accounts and play. Fix bug that prevented account creation. Hey Wouter. Alright, good. Good, so both of these priorities, these are done. This is to get buffer.from to work. Okay, cool. We're in good shape. That's not so bad. Not so bad. That took about, well, how long is my uptime? 40 minutes. That took about 40 minutes. That is kind of bad, actually. Well, whatever. We're good now. How are you exporting all your variables in your const file? I couldn't work it out. I'm literally just export const variable equals whatever. That's it. But I'm using ES6. So this is the ES6 way of doing things. Constants.js, export const max life equals 2000, for example. The ES5 way of doing things is that. Okay, cool. Seems you fixed it. Good, 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 good. Oh, all right. Well, that is a breath of fresh air. So, let's take a look. Yeah, there have been 58 matches that have been found today. You were doing the ES5 way? Okay. That is... Hey, Bearsoft. So that is called plain tasks. Also, Bearsoft, you don't need to retype the command. But, yeah, I suppose it takes testing that to know that. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Today, I want to work on as much of this UI as I can. And then starting tomorrow, I think we're going to just work on making the code way better. That's it. So let's start with the results screen, I think. The results screen is here. So it's just this. It shows that you have beaten or you've lost to whoever the other person is. And that's it. That's like literally probably all I'm going to say is you beat blank or you lost to blank. And that's it. I don't think we're going to show anything else. Actually, maybe we'll show you how long the match or how much the match changed your matchmaking rating. By the way, for anyone new to the stream, if you want to try out Botland, if you want to find out what Botland's all about, feel free to ask any questions. I've got the how to play document there. You just go to play.bot.land. The game is very much not even in alpha, so just keep that in mind as you play through it. Hey, Andorn. Alright, so first, get anything to show up after a game without it automatically canceling back to the news page. So, and then on that anything, we're going to show that you have beaten blank, or you have lost, you failed to defeat blank. Whoa, what in the world? Apparently typing 3, wait, what? Okay, I'm pretty sure. I have no idea what's going on here when you type 2 underscores. I think it's for bolding text. You have beaten, I'll just say this, or you failed to defeat person. Show the rating change, which I could have sworn I wrote down somewhere. Where are you? This. Yeah, but the only way to know that is to have this saved in the database. Yep, well, we're going to have to elevate this. In fact, we should probably do all of these database changes after this. Yeah, let's do that. So this will be today's to-do list is the results screen, then all of the database changes that I wanted to make. Can someone put in the command to play? You can just go to play.bot.land. The how to play page is actually really, really bare right now. It's got just kind of the very general, like, hey, you attack in this game and you defend in this game, and here's how you do that. But yeah, just go to play.bot.land. You have a sink on both sides of the bathroom? Alright. So get anything to show up after a game without it automatically canceling back to the news page. So this is after you've won. So let's go into... where does this exist? I guess let's start at join game. So this will set up the arena for us. Then we press keycode.u, and that calls commence game. Commence game is here, and at the end of this, it will call game finished. Yeah, that is a problem. Because this is calling over to here, which is saying stop capturing, clear the journal. We don't want to do that stuff, though. This is like go back to news page. This is game totally finished is kind of what this is called. There's got to be something that just shows you the results screen. Make TJ bot has 14 bots at the moment. Yeah, which By the way, so I know TJ said to just delete the account, but can you just log in under your alt and lower the number of bots down to... Oh, you know what I could do? Here's actually... Check this out. Here's what I can do. Where is it? This. Okay, so he has 14 bots. 14 bots would put him at computer level 8. If I just put him at computer level 8 in the database, then you guys as attackers will be able to put down more bots against him. So let's try that out. Select... What's his name? Select ID, name, creation date from users, order by name. So TJ... Make TJ mod. That's what it's called. This one. So 31 is his ID. Okay, so we'll say update users, set computer level equals 8, where ID equals, I've already forgotten, I think it's 31. 31. Perfect. Okay, now let's go try to play against him and see what happens. No, that's not what I want to do. Let's log in under my actual account name and hit attack. And we're just going to keep going until we find make TJ mod. He will have a very special account. There. Okay, so take a look. Now, against TJ, against this particular user, you can place up to 17 bots total. So now it should be fair. Let's try this out. Let's just put down anything, really. I'm not even going to look at his bots. Oh yeah, super easy. Is stream going to be late tomorrow? It's probably not going to be late tomorrow, but it might end a little early tomorrow. I wanted to get a haircut on Thursday, and they had a 1-hour wait. Did that sentence make sense, or do I have to elaborate? I mean, I think I might have missed a sentence from you, because here's what I have on my screen. Getting an error, Zetrin says. Try to set it. Oh yeah, this is something that Hideo ran into. Zetrins, can you try whatever you just did again, but wait a little bit longer before doing whatever you did? I know that's really vague because I'm not totally sure how you ran into this bug. But for example, if you were on the main page and you clicked attack, can you just wait a little bit longer before clicking attack? I wonder if that's what it has to do with, because I think it's trying to download sprite sheets and it doesn't have them yet. And I can fix this. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Oh, this, yeah. Yeah, I think that made sense, Wouter. But thanks, Digite. Okay, so right now we call into game finished immediately. We have to instead call into something like show results screen. Show results, show match results, show game results. I don't know what we should call this. Show match results, sure, whatever. Okay, and this is just something that shows over the arena. So I guess in-game should kind of show this. So let's call that instead. This is going to break everything at first. And by the way, anyone who's like, hey, will I have these changes by the end of the day? The answer is no, you will not. The way my development cycle has been going is that I work during the day on what you will eventually get to access tomorrow. So right now what you're getting is the weekend of changes that I've made, which is really like pretty much 8 hours of work. That's it. Okay, so here we'll say this dot show match results. We don't have this function yet, so we'll go to game finished. This should be a really simple function, because all we need to do is something like store.dispatch in-game actions.show match results, or set match results is showing true, something like that. We also need to set what's on it, but I think we'll have most of this information already. Oh wow, EJ, that's you got all those buttons for free then, right? You have $25 of credit because you purchased 5 buttons. Those buttons weren't more than $2, were they? You got paid to buy things. So in-game actions, we'll say, what did I call this? Set match results. Set match results is showing. All right, so we just duplicate this. We say set match results is showing. We put this here. We put this here. Cool. We go into the in-game reducer and we do pretty much the same thing. So match results is showing. The reason I said match results is showing and not match results are showing is because it's the match results page that's showing, and I'm shortening it, but it sounds stupid. There we go. In short, both of my knees are bleeding. Oh, thanks for this diagram. That's an interesting bathroom layout, by the way. Wait, what? Bath. And then shower over here. Yeah, it's a super weird bathroom layout. I don't think I've ever seen this before. The Netherlands, just crazy with their bathroom layouts. Not only did I get them for free, but I made $20. Wow. If I'd known about that, would have been great. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to use this in the in-game UI. So we're going to go over here, and if this works, we're going to say this.render match results. Do we even really need to do that? It should probably just be its own page entirely. We need to pass it whatever it needs, though. Is that intentional? I can sort your data by other things? What are you talking about, Badr? You can wash both hands at the same time. Yeah, there's no toilet in the bathroom, right? According to this. Maybe one of these sinks, Wouter's just wrong, and this is really a toilet. He keeps hitting his knee on it. Like, I can do rankings order by name. Oh, so you can pass in whatever you want here. This question mark parameter doesn't necessarily matter. Like, you can see it didn't actually order by name. You could say something like order nuclear launch if you want on Protoss, and it doesn't care. This is just it'll reject that parameter. It's totally fine. So yeah. I didn't know I got credit until today. Well, it's good that you actually saw it too. Problem is you have to be a Prime member and you only get $5 off max per order. So you just happened to place 5 separate orders and just happened to get $25 by doing so? And you didn't even know it? Why would you even place 5 separate orders? Hey, Fantune. Poor Protoss. No one said it was an accurate nuke. Our upstairs toilet is a room in itself. There's a room in your toilet? Go accurate. Okay, so we should have the match results. For now, let's just put it into here. I think eventually splitting off this render into its own thing should be fine. So if not, this stop props dot in-game state dot match results is showing return null. Otherwise, return a div. Should I just break this off now? Hello world. Okay, wow, too. Oh yeah. So I connect, we attack someone, and we have to beat them. Oops. Wait, what? Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's strange. What happened here? How we get component of null? Show match results is not a function. Oh. Well, how is it not a function though? I have it right here. Oh, I never saved this file? Oh, whoops. Yeah. Everyone needs to be on UTC. That'd be interesting. Huh. The entire world is on the same time. I would actually know what UTC means at that point. Right now, I feel like I look at a UTC time and I'm like, what's my offset from UTC? Is it 7? Is it 8? I actually don't even know what it is right now. I probably should. Alright, so we can just put down 4 bots and then win. And then this should do not that. Why does this happen? Oh, because the CPU doesn't exist anymore. But it shouldn't be trying to render this anyway. Is active player attacker and not this die is replay? Oh, the replay is marked as no longer happening. But we're not... We have to check to see if the game is over then. Yeah, hey Dilly. I don't know if I said hi already. Okay, so the problem that I'm running into now is that the replay ends and then I try drawing red tiles again. I need to know whether we're completely done with the match. So that means that there should be another game phase somewhere probably. Maybe there's another game phase. Setup, execution, and results. Okay, so there's a few things that I need to change here. Let's do this. If this dot render should render how do I do this? Is active player attacker and you're not replaying. If this is like if this dot can attacker place bot. Yeah, so that's where this is going to go. Or can active player place bots? So return active player's attacker, and they're not replaying, and this part should go over there. And we haven't finished the game. Hey, Winakas. What country has no offset to UTC? The moon. Yeah. Can't argue that logic. Okay, so I don't know if we even have a game phase here that's correct. I should probably take a look at that first. So let's just return this for now. So I haven't changed the game logic at all. So it's still going to crash. Let's see. Hey, Dimers. Teaches computing would be pretty awesome if he does pass it to other courses. Timers, that's pretty great. I think it's always nice to hear when people want to share this. There is one problem, and that's that the game isn't really in a polished enough form to show off to new people. So when people come to the stream and they see me developing, I think they have the expectation that, oh, this game is still in progress. But I think most people, when they see a game, they're like, why haven't the devs done this? And why haven't they spent like $10,000 on a marketing campaign? And why haven't they whatever else? I am but a lowly single developer right now, and I can't handle all those pieces of feedback yet. Okay, cool. That's good, Dimers. Also, out of curiosity, what is sixth form? Is your teacher from Dragon Ball Z? Alright, I tried to keep a straight face. I couldn't do it. So we attack, and then we check the phase that we have right now. Which, this might not even be there. Simulation server dot arena dot game state dot game phase. It's set up right now. It's like college, but better, I guess. Okay. Are you streaming tomorrow normal times? Mostly normal. I was saying earlier, I need a haircut, and the only time for me to get it short of going on Thursday is like ending the stream a little early tomorrow. It's a bit between mainstream school and university. Oh, interesting. I placed my bots, didn't hit commence, and here's what happened. Oh, man. I wonder what caused this. It's probably trying to replay something from before. Because, yeah, Zilly's bots are actually over here. They shouldn't be. Man. Alright, I'll write this down. I don't know what's causing some of this stuff, though. Zillies are out of position here. Hey, over for you. Yeah, I saw you streaming Paladins earlier. How'd that go? Hey, folk. Lead hacks, boys. The browser crashed out of nowhere, and I don't know how to redo that fix. With cloaking, mine was with shields. Yeah, so in general, this could happen with anything. I don't think it's hardware specific. I think what it's saying is you're trying to do something probably while a game is replaying. This makes me think that perhaps it's possible to place bots or try to commence the game while an attack is already replaying. Nice for you. And Badr, were you doing anything else that maybe you could describe to me? They have no specific pathing, no scripts at all for the bots? No, I think the part that's going to be helpful is what was Badr doing? So the room on the left is a small toilet plus another sink. The room in the back is a bathroom, shower, tub, sinks. What does this picture accomplish, Walter? This is if you ask any reasonable person what is this a picture of, I think they would say it's a picture of a hallway. I mean, yes, I can see that there's a door to a dark room open here, but we were asking about pictures of the bathroom, right? All right. So yeah, Badr, were you doing anything else? Hey, Pawn. Were you doing anything else when you to set up for that picture? For example, did you wait for the attack to finish replaying? Oh, you're typing this out. I just hit attack, placed my bots, and the bot down lost health, and Zilly bots moved there. I suddenly opened the console, and that's what it said. Okay, yeah, that is helpful. All right. So thank you. I'll have to take a look at that. That's probably going to happen a lot today. Well, too bad. Too bad for now. So this is working fine. Now we put this into attack mode, and we need to pause the game as soon as that happens. Perfect. Now let's take a look. This is still in setup. So there is no game phase changes. There's no change in game phase. You didn't understand the concept of a toilet that is not in a bathroom. Wait, what? Are you showing me a toilet in the hallway? I don't... I still don't understand how this would... All right, this is like that. Hang on, let me find this. Here, I'm gonna compile this for you right now. Wait, I'm busy. I'm busy rapidly iterating on MS Paint. Wait for it. Okay, almost. There, it's done. This makes no sense. And did what it says then when your bottle says. I'll have to take a look at this later, Zilly. Hey, the Czars. Read, you moron. I give up. Laughter. I still don't know what you were trying to get across there. The problem is that the client doesn't track game phases at all. That's an interesting photograph you were looking at. That was what Wouter pasted in. This bottle which says every day. Oh. Gotcha, Zilly. I will admit, I didn't understand anything you were going on about. Okay, so we could keep track of one more bit of state here. You need to know that we're not replaying. We could, darn it, we have game phase for this reason. Maybe we should just fix that problem, then throw replaying in there. Problem is, it's not really a game phase anymore. You could also be in multiple states here. So let's fix this. Let's fix this way. So is replaying. It's not even in this constructor. Hey, law beginner. And this isn't even used here. PlaySpot apparently checks it. But alright, fine, whatever. So we're gonna need this up here. Like, did match finish? What phase are we looking at? So I guess we could just tell if we knew what phase it was, right? Do we have that information? It's in game state. Game phase number. We don't ever set that information. And this is ours. I don't know what it runs at. But I think I might update Pixie sometime this week. And hopefully it ends up running a little bit faster then. Although I don't think there's any performance issues right now in Botline. Game has started. I guess something like game has finished. But then you're going to click the replay at like phase 1 and we're going to need to unset that. I don't like that idea. I'm not sure what I want to do here. setup, execution. Execution is replaying. If we have results. So if we kept track of all of this, then we would just know what game phase we're in. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. Simplified English. But Wouter, how did that picture accomplish that? It would be like saying, "Oh yeah, guys, my kitchen has 2 dishwashers in it," and then taking a picture of the door to the kitchen. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so in fixing this problem, let's go take a look. Where would this have happened? Because I think there was something here about setting game phase or game state or something. No, this is just not there anymore. There were a bunch of subscribes, huh? I probably got rid of it. Yup, I did. And it's not in here, I'm guessing. Nope, it's gone. Well, we have game state here. When does this ever change? Game state.game phase number. That's in import defense. It's not really that helpful, I guess. But yeah, game state is what dictates everything here. So yeah, I think we should just go modify this. And nothing uses this information, does it? Yeah, pretty much nothing. These are that we're no longer in execution. Nothing sets us into that, huh? Clean up after replay. Set it back to setup. This isn't actually so bad. Yeah, this isn't so bad. We can probably make this change. Thanks for the follow, Soju. Soju cider. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's go make this change. Somewhere along the way, I just stopped using game state. The SARS. If you have any questions for real, feel free to ask. I don't mind helping you out. And yeah, Zilly, that's a good summation of what Wouter did. Excuse me. Okay, so when you start replaying, let's kick us into the execution phase. So where does that happen? Replay journal? Yeah, I guess here. Execution. Okay, because we have is replaying. I don't think that should be necessary whatsoever. And thank you, EJ. I think we should be able to get rid of is replaying. And so, well, actually, no, can you? I guess you stop journal replay. That doesn't put you into setup mode. Yeah, it doesn't. No. When you're in execution mode, you can still pause the replay, and it just means that not playing it back at the moment. Wait, bother. Does this happen every single time you fight Zilly in the game? So here we set it to execution. Something at some point needs to let us know. Game phases, setup, execution, and result. This is... Oh, Soju Cider. Thanks for subbing. Yeah, you're the newest view bot now. Nice. First sub of the week. I always like it when my lights flash purple. All right, so this is the client, which just means you're replaying. No, I don't want people spamming it anyway. I want to max it out at 3. And thanks, Soju. I appreciate it. Whoops. Yeah, I've been in streaming now for the last 14 months almost exactly. And I've been pretty consistent with my schedule. I'm going to break that consistency in December when I'm gone for pretty much the whole month. Oh, really, EJ? Oh, someone was asking me about this actually. I didn't realize how Twitch Prime subs worked. Because, yeah, my sub count dropped by a lot. And I don't really care too much. But I didn't know why. Now I at least know why. Yeah. Sub count is down by like 20% in one day. I don't have that many subs to begin with. Huh, okay. So the results page, this is when you finally finish executing the journal and there are no more phases. We also need to update game phase number, I guess. Make sure we update game phase number. You need to sell out more? No, I don't want to do that though. Hey, Blueberry King. What? How are those emotes so big? No problem, Zars. Okay. So we go back over to here. And when this is done replaying, if we're in the final phase, how do we even know what phase we're in? Oh, pause or game phase number, current phase number. It's saved in the reducer. And replay journal doesn't take a phase. Nope. It's done from 3 places. One is when you when you're testing locally. Phase to replay isn't even used here. Is this even... Oh, man. All this seems very weird to me. Do we know what phase we're in here? No. And this... It's not game state, not game phase number. Yeah, we don't know which one we're in. All right, this is why I want to make the code much better this week, because I don't like the kind of stuff I'm seeing here. I think it's too hard to make changes to some of this, because I can't rely on certain variables being set, and that's just faulty coding. So at any given point, it looks like what we have is in Redux. So if I go into debug main.debug store.get state dot in game reducer, this keeps track of which phase I'm playing back. Is replaying. Where does that phase get stored? In game reducer.current phase number. Why do I not see? Oh, there it is. It's null. Okay, that sucks. What framework are you making this in? So I'm using Node.js for the server code. I'm using a bunch of stuff for client rendering. So React and Redux for the DOM side of things, and then Pixie.js for the WebGL side of things. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. And Demail, there's some other libraries too. It's going well. I mean, it's going well. There. Speak like how you type. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this stuff is saved. And I think I need to know how many phases are even in the replay. And that is saved here. But that's only when you are watching a replay. In this particular case, oh, we need to know that you've won, that's all. We only want to show the results page when you're attacking, not when you're watching a replay. We know that we have to show the results if you've won or lost, or if we've hit the maximum number of phases. That was mean of you. I'm sorry, Tropical Banana Man. Here, I'll run a giveaway. Mass Strip wins. Yeah, I'm still not sure how I feel about this. I've got to navigate this code a little bit better. How do we know that we've won? There should be like an end of game marker probably. Because there's has hit end, meaning we've hit the end of a particular phase. We don't know if we've hit the end of the game though. Huh. Wonder where that happened. We do know that the replay is totally done though. Oh, that's after an attack. And then we just reset things. Game finished. I know where it comes from. This is on attacking, right? Yep. If the game result exists, then show match results. So we should just put the... we should just do this. Set game phase. And then if I happen to be in the results game phase, then I just don't show. Make sure we're in the setup phase, I guess. This dot game state dot get game phase. We don't ever do this, do we? All right, there, finally. Let's try that out now. Did we solve the bathroom issue? Hey, Skynet. No, never did. I gotta update the UI on that whole light control page. Okay, so let's try this. How will we know that this works? I guess because we won't see it totally crash on us. Hey, cool. Yeah, however, so we're not... Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Place bot shouldn't even be allowed right now. And we can get rid of that if we want. If this dot is active player attacker. So if you... Huh. This would be this right here. There. If you're not replaying and you're in the setup phase, yeah. So then over here, place bot would work the same way. If not, this dot can active player place bots return. There, that should help. Mathematically, with people with relatively low defense ratios, I can't go higher in rank more than a specified number, right? Yeah, and remember, part of the reason for this is attackers in botland right now have a win ratio of like, I'm just gonna make a number here, like 80%. That shouldn't happen. I haven't balanced the game. So when this happens, attackers will be much higher skill level than defenders will be, and that means that your rank can only go up so quickly as an attacker. If you were to make an amazing defense right now, you would shoot up in the skill ranks like pretty quickly, because you'd be beating players who are way better than you. Okay, so we can place bots, then we hit commence, we can't place bots, perfect. Then this ends, we still can't place bots. Great, so that's what I expect to have happen. But now we don't want to show this stuff if we have the results screen showing. Am I right now, of course? Yeah, you're right. Hey, Bro Sam. Sure, Bearsoft, what's the problem? Okay, so we want to show this UI. I think I am going to put this into its own page entirely. So we have replay HUD. Let's save this as match results.js. Cool. So we're going to go overwrite this match results. Our render is going to contain, well, I guess this stuff for now. That's fine. And then in game.js, we're going to go use match results. Match results. Render match result. There. Cool. Okay, so then over here, we need to go have a different class name for this. And update for keys, we're going to need to add this in later too. So we don't have any classes here right now. Let's go get them. So what's the smallest component that has this? This? Yeah, this. Yep, perfect. Okay, so let's go get this. Looks good. Now, battle log has its own less file. Yeah, so we'll say this is match results. We'll open up all.less and put this there. And there we go. Guess what you're learning now, HTML? You didn't give me time to guess. So we're going to say position absolute. I'm going to say left I don't really even care what. Let's just say 50 pixels, top 50 pixels. And width 500 pixels. And height. Okay, so now instead of putting a style here, we can just say class name equals, and do this the same way we did here, styles dot match results. Good. And we'll put something in here of like div match results go here. Cool. So we've got next to nothing in here right now. That's fine. Using ES6 because I do a test with this code, let number equals 1, console.log number. Okay, yeah, so ES6 to export something, I can show you real code where I'm exporting functions. I just export functions directly like this. So export function whatever, and so this is the code that I have. So this is something like util.js, and then let's say main.js would do something like import star from star as util from, and then you can just say util.%chance 50, for example. So yeah, this is how this would look. So I'll upload this for you if this can help you out. Take a look. Here's a short guideline. Oh yeah, ProSam, I did respond to it. I mostly was just being snarky though. I said you didn't give me a chance to guess. Oh, there's the hello world part now. But that should be fixed so that it's in the middle of the screen, or like upper left of the screen. Cool, there it is. Match results go here. So we want it to be centered in the page. Let's go look at our centering guide here. Horizontally and vertically. Can you use flexbox? Yes. So parent display flex, justify content. Looks good. So we want to put this here, I guess. Match results. Okay. So display flex, justify content center, align content. Was that the other one? Align items. Okay, did that work? No, I don't want a width and a height on this. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Where did it go? Huh. Still using this web page? Yeah, of course. I'll never figure out how to center things myself right the first time. So on main, they have display flex with margin 0 auto. Oh, there it is. It's at the bottom right now. So I think I do want position absolute on here. But then I don't know how I would get the rest of this to work. What's this? That's fair though, right? That slide. Oh man. Also, for anyone new to the stream, if you want to try out Botland, it's playable at play.bot.land. I am working on some improvements to the UI and some bug fixes this week. Man, I don't know why I always have such a hard time doing this stuff. It's written out right here. The problem is I want this displayed absolutely on the page. I guess that's what's going to make this difficult. Because without giving it... Whoa. Yeah, it doesn't really work, does it? Like, this is centered in here, but I didn't center it on the screen. I guess I might need to use JavaScript to do that, which is fine. I have those values. No, I don't actually, do I? I need to know the width and height. Hey, friends. Is it inside of something with a shifted margin? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think I might just need to position this with JavaScript because it's absolute. And I want it to show over everything. If I made it relative to the parent, then it's going to be inside of this one. And then we wouldn't have this stuff here either. Okay. So this has to go in here. We probably get rid of these things. And how does this look? Well, let's try this out. Does your left overwrite it? Not done that much flex before, just spitballing. I'm not totally sure. Also, I am going to give this a background color of red. That way it stands out. I'm not totally sure. I can give this thing a width and a height. Background color red. There. Although for some reason I'm not getting the display flex in there. I wonder if it didn't save my less changes. Oh well. Oh, it must be on this one. Oh, and then this needs flex auto. No, darn it, I'm screwing this whole thing up. It's amazing how little I pay attention to what I've learned about CSS. It's like when it comes to code, I think I have the ability to internalize that and get better. When it comes to CSS, I just flounder around like a fish. Brazilian, sorry for my dirt English. You was very help me. I don't get to this. No problem. If you have any questions, free to ask. Yeah, loud humming in background. Every Monday they do some landscaping work outside. The flex attribute should be on the parent, I think. I think you're right. I'm like, okay, so right now what I'm doing is I'm putting this on this div, and then the internal div is not getting anything here. So let's get rid of this one and just kind of see what's happening. Yeah, lawnmower day. It should stop in about probably 10 minutes or so. And when it gets really loud, I'll mute my mic for a bit, like right now, I guess. Good old lawnmower day. Alright, so match results are there. Oh no, it's increasing in volume. Hang on. So here's what I'll do. I will give this thing a width and a height, and I'll position it in JavaScript. So if we go into match results, we should know the width and height of this whole screen. Render match results, yeah. So we'll say game. This is game area height. I don't like that at all. I don't even know why that's needed. This dot props dot window size state. just going to pass this in there. Hey, Olson. Are you just going to center it? Yeah. Excuse me. Lives in a mansion and has his own gardener confirmed. Wow. That'd be nice. Actually, I don't know if I'd want to live in a mansion. Okay, so when we go to render match results, we'll pass this in. We'll say width equals and height equals. Okay, so we have width and height passed in. So now let's use this. We need to set the left equals this dot props dot width divided by 2 my. Oh, how's this gonna work? We need to get the width of this thing too. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. You could do this. Yeah, I should try this out. Because I don't think positioning this with JavaScript is going to be great. I need to get the width of this element, and then I'm going to have to do things in React like, hey, basic, like wait for this thing to have mounted, and then get the width of it, and then use that. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Digit. CSS is the one thing I just don't get. Seems so simple. Because I don't use it on a day-to-day basis, I tend to forget. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I think there are certain things where once I've done them, I can just apply that anywhere else. But I just am not doing this well right now. Let's take a look at this. Because I could use this thing here. Unknown width and height. Just position absolute. So on the parent... Okay, here's what we do. We put match results parent, and then let's put another div here with match results child, and then that and that. Cool. Okay, now let's just fill this out the way that they suggest. So match results parent and match results child, and we'll just fill it out exactly like this. Parent has position relative, child has these things. I think this will partially work, but I think we're still going to have an issue. Let's try it though. Hey Dirk. I rarely see you in here anymore, but hi. You want to see my paste code? See what's wrong? Support functions square import star as lib from /lib. This looks correct. Yeah. Yeah, so this looks fine to me. The only thing that could be going wrong is maybe, yeah, like Zilly said, you don't have these in the same folders, or you're not really calling it lib.js, something along those lines. Hey, Mish. Okay, so what happened here? It looks like I don't even see results on this page. That's just wonderful. Let's look at React. Oh, I don't even have React here. What? What happened to my React tab? Also, what happened with all of this stuff? Twitch.tv. Oh, I'm in the wrong F12 window. Whoops. Okay, so let's go find the match results page. Oh, search by component name, match results. Gotcha. All right, so here's the div. I don't even see it on the page. And here's the child. And the child has match results go here inside of it. Yeah, so that's apparently, oh yeah, you can see it at the bottom of the page there. I guess this needs to have position absolute. But then I'm going to run into the same problem I wanted, or I had originally. Adam, how did you do that? How did I do what? Oh, Dark Developer Tools? Yeah, check out what Hideo posted. Okay, well, let's just look this up online because I clearly don't know what I'm doing. CSS center absolute position. I think you just need to use JavaScript for this. Is there any other way to do this? Or you need to know the width and height ahead of time. Yeah, so I should go back to what I was trying to do originally, which is get rid of this stuff. Go back to just having match results there. Yeah, and I guess just use percentages. CSS calc function, which is in modern browsers. Yeah, maybe I could use that. I'm struggling on something really, really basic here. Unexpected token import. Oh, that means that you're trying to run your JavaScript somewhere that ES6 is not supported. It's part of your code. Something like Babel to get around it. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look at that in just a sec. Let's try this out. So if I say, oh, what was I going to do here? Just specify the width and the height. No, but I need to specify the left and the top. Why am I so bad at this? Transform, translate. Except for I wanted that to be positive 50%. Does that work? No, that's not right, is it? No, that's not right. Because that has nothing to do with the width of the page. Unless I say that the height of this is like 50% and the height of this is 50. Or width and height there. Oh, there we go. I mean, that kind of works. We just need a minimum width here. Min width, let's say, is 500 pixels. Min height is 500 pixels. Because that's going to break things now, right? Yeah, that is going to break things. Oh, I don't know. I don't like working on this stuff. Oh yeah, Demail, I've never like bothered trying to learn this stuff correctly. I really should just read a book or something at this point. Because I run into these issues and I'm like, I don't know what to do. And I don't want to do this. I'm pretty sure, okay, so I think in the end, the solution is just use JavaScript for this stuff. And the problem with that is that using it with React after an element's already been laid out is annoying and usually leads to these like infinite loops of props getting updated, and I don't want to figure that stuff out. So this actually works moderately well. The problem is when I want a minimum width, because at that point then this thing is going to be like right aligned. You hate the part where you can customize as you like? No, the part is that I don't know how to do that correctly, so it's just a frustrating experience for me. I wonder, React.js absolute center. I wonder if someone's said something about this. I don't want to have to use Bootstrap with this though. I'll have to look into this afterward. I guess I'll just do what I've got for right now. We'll just keep it at that. This should work. I mean, I could try it out, but I'm mostly at the point right now where I want to just move on from here. Because one, this is frustrating, and two, there's probably a simple solution that I just need to look into later. So this is centered vertically, right? Yeah. But then I also want to center it horizontally. So I guess I could say left 50%, transform, translate X, negative 50%, background color red, width 200 pixels or something. See, once I start to do things like that, where I think this just starts looking weird. Oh, the transform got, never mind. I deleted that. Yeah, so this is what I had originally, and then the problem is that once I start setting a minimum width, let's say, of 500 pixels, then it got screwed up. Whoops. Oh, that actually works pretty well. Okay, cool. Thanks, Olson. More playtesting? Yeah, playtesting is going to be really for the next, like, 7 months. We'll just never be done with that. Alright, so let's copy paste this into here and then see what we ended up with. So transform, great. And the rest of this stuff is, I guess, fine. And what if we got rid of the margin here? That's what I was screwing up? No, the margin doesn't seem to be necessary here. I don't understand why this is working. So wait, what? How is this different? Like, the margin wasn't necessary. How is this different from what I had? I had position absolute, had a background color. I had a height. I don't know. But yeah, this seems to work. EJ, this must have taken you a lot of effort, so I will give you a point. Alright, so cool. This is what I wanted to do. So now all we need to do is center everything on the inside of this, which we can use display flex, justify content center, align item center. Which we don't even want to do that necessarily. So whatever, I got this box working. Thank you, Olson. I do appreciate it, because otherwise I have no idea what I'm doing, obviously. So this works. So let's do this so that I don't lose anything that I have over here. We'll just comment all of this out. And then over here, we'll tab this in correctly. And then we need to alphabetize this list, which is obnoxious. So we can just press F9, but then we need to fix some of these, right? No, actually that worked. Okay. What is this? Whose line is it anyway? Point system? It's pretty much just that. The points do kind of matter though. And I don't look exactly like Drew Carey. Or I guess what's her name? Aisha Taylor? I always forget. Okay, so match results. Cool. Let's figure that out. So get anything to show up. Done. Show the rating change afterward. I wrote that here. That's what should be done there. Why alphabetized? Because it's a linting issue if they're not alphabetized. Go back to the news page from the results screen. So now in-game doesn't need to pass the width or the height. Match results doesn't need to use the width or the height. And what we do need to pass in is your name, who won, and the attacker name. So your name equals, I guess we have the my player reducer, which isn't even used here. This is another way to display it centered. Oh, I'm not going to use tables though. I'd like to avoid that if I can. But thank you, antimatter tape. I will write this down at least. Do you know if the symbols in the to-do list plugin are Unicode or custom from the plugin? I don't, T-Blot. You could probably just download Sublime and check it out. So yeah, I need the my player reducer so that I can know. All right, let's just get this. My player state is the my player reducer, and we only want to update when that changes there. So then in render match results, your name equals this dot props dot my player state dot, where is it, name, cool. Their name equals this dot props dot, who are you playing against? Do we even have this saved in here? And thanks, Shadow. Yeah, that's what antimatter tape was saying. Is the init function being called before each phase or only before the game? It should be before each phase of Exator. If you don't see that happening, let me know. I realize that means you'd have to test it. So I could try to verify that, but I think it's per phase. And let me know if you don't want it to happen that way too. I'm not totally sure what the expectation is. So I'm gonna write this down. Figure out what the expectation is here. Oh, nice, noob. I thought you were talking about getting a job somewhere else, though. I mean, that's cool. Like, I think it's good that you got a job, but I thought you were mentioning a different place a couple weeks ago. So their name, where do we get their name from? Well, we need it when you join a game, and we get their name here. But we don't ever store it in the UI, do we? No, so we're going to need to. Right. Yeah, let's do that then. So we'll say in-game actions dot set opponent name, and we'll just say const opponent name equals deserialized defense dot defender name. Cool. Put that here. Put that here. Now we need a set opponent name, actions in game, set opponent name. And then in here we put the opponent name somewhere. Null. Great, 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 great. And great. There. When can you hire me so I don't have to work with children anymore? That's a great question. Can we get a job at MediaCom, but emailing the HR lady, she never replied, and I had no other way to get a hold of her. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, a lot of companies will not tell you why you didn't get hired, and that's fine with me. I understand that there's some liability issue there. But telling you that you did or did not get hired seems like they should at least send you that email, right? Like, there's no... You'll find out when you just don't get an email from them, but it shouldn't be a halting problem. I feel like they should just tell you, yeah, you didn't get the job, sorry. Like, we can't tell you what you did, but that doesn't matter. At least then you know you've got closure and you can go look for other jobs. Because yeah, I've had that happen to me too before, where recruiters just stop contacting me. I don't know why. So this .profs.ingame state.opponent name. So we have these two things now, and now we need to know whether or not you won. So client main, where we say match result, we need to know who won the game, which I guess we have somewhere, right? Game result. What is game result? Journal, get game result. Game phase outcome. Okay. And what is a game phase outcome? Oh, attacker won, defender won, or stalemate. However, what happens if it's stalemates in the end? I'm not sure. I think it's basically either attacker won or attacker lost. There is no stalemate. So attacker won is the only case where you can win, and these are both considered losses for you. I think we do that, yeah. Yeah, Zilly, I don't know how that happens. That's especially strange. Oh, nice. Thanks, T-Blot. Why is it not making music, though? Where's the music? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah. And also someone followed, but I missed who that was. Did my bot even say it? Oh, Nunix. And Unix. Thank you, too. But yeah, T-Blot. Welcome, hack. So we have this game phase outcome. Let's go take a look. So that should be in here. Store.dispatch set match result. Set match result. Set did attacker win. Set did did you win or not? That's what we care about. Set match result. I don't want to do game result. I just want to basically say, did you win? Let's do that. If I'm correct, some streams ago you were wondering how Botland looks on telephones. You can press the button highlighted here to see it. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I knew about this feature, I just never use it for some reason. So I really should. So constants.gamePhaseOutcome.attacker1. And this is set match result. So let's go do that. Game state set match result. Maybe there should be no, I don't like that idea. Well, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, we might need to clean up the performance of this eventually. Okay, let's do this. Did attacker win? And this is set match results. So that goes here. And we'll say did attacker win equals this opponent name. We'll just say false if the match results are showing this indicates whether you won. We don't care if the oh, you're always the attacker though, right? Hey, LiverDev trying. Doesn't emulate the behavior of the device, it's just the size. Yeah, but that's helpful for layouts. Okay, So did attacker win will pass from in-game state, this.prop.in-game state, to the match results themselves. And so now we can form a message here. How goes it today? It's going pretty well. The game's online. We've got some improvements there. How many games have been played? 385. They said how many matches have been found. Excuse me. So message. Mobile test.me. Oh, interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Okay. So let's form a message here. We'll either say you won or you lost. So did attacker win? Question mark. What does the result screen show here? Yeah. You have beaten. We don't even need your name in here. This.props.their name. Otherwise, we say you failed to defeat this.props.their name. Cool. So we'll just say match results. We'll make a div, another div with message. There, let's try that out. Adam is actually living next to an F1 racetrack. They only race for 10 minutes on Mondays. Okay, so let's see what it looks like. You have defeated Adam too. Yep, looks good. Okay, that's pretty much it, right? So show you have beaten or you failed to defeat, allow you to go back to the news page from the results screen. So that would be, I guess, this exit button. Adam looking at a terrible vivid red block in center of the screen. I mean, sure. Yeah, this shouldn't be red. This should be something else and have a border on it probably. And I should center some of this. Alright, see you, Padre. Please, the way you phrased it, going to eat, folks. See you later. I think you meant to put another comma somewhere. And then cancel is what will actually leave that page. Okay, not bad. That should be called exit at that point. But as long as you can't place, oh, that's bad. Yeah, so we need to, this is already done. The part that's not done is this. MB type, thanks for following. When you attack someone else, make sure we stop showing the results page. Okay, so let's go fix up some of that. Background color white, border 1px solid black, font size 2em. We'll fix that stuff up later. Okay, so when you go back into attack, there's something here that's going wrong. There's can active place bot. So if you're in this setup phase, oh right, I know what it is. It's actually going from here. Set match results showing, yeah. So when you cancel out of this, cancel game, there. Is this a new game mode or has the game changed from the original design? It's changed a lot since the original design. So yeah, what Hideo linked in there is really helpful. And of course, you are welcome to play the game. That video is about 2.5 minutes long, should cover exactly what changed and why. And that video is also, I think, a couple of months old, so it's not the up-to-date UI or anything. But that's why we're working. But welcome back, Hayanar. Okay, so from this screen, you can see that you won. This obviously doesn't look great yet, but then you can't click anywhere. You could zoom in. You will eventually be able to take a look at what happened here. I guess all the bots just disappeared, so that's actually kind of problematic. But yeah, you'll eventually be able to see what happened. I guess you could still try editing things. I'm going to get rid of that eventually. And then you can cancel back to the main page and go attack somebody else. Looks good. Hey, Skylord. So hang on just a sec. It's been getting chillier and chillier here. Points. It's a lot of points. Okay, antimatter tape. I'll have to look at whatever that video is later. Do you use Canvas or WebGL or only DOM objects? I use WebGL and DOM objects. That just made my day. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. All right, so that thing's done. Now show the rating change. That's going to be a totally different commit. So I'm not going to do anything yet to the effect of making this page look better. Right now, when you win a match, it'll just look like this for now. You know, let's spice this up a little bit. Check this out. Here's what we're gonna do. You guys are gonna be like, no, this is too much spice. We'll add an exclamation point. There. Just imagine how excited you'll be now when you see that page. I don't know if I can contain myself, guys. Whoa! You've defeated Adam too! Yep, that makes a world of difference. Okay, so let's check that in. Hey, Sakurma. Watch that clip. It's like 5 seconds long. Wow. Good job. Good job, antimatter tape. Outcome of phase is defined but never used. Yep, that's true. What clip? You want to see it? I mean, it's not going to make any sense without the context from this morning. Hey, Sick. And actually, even with the context, it's not... I'll just explain very briefly. Hey, Double T's. So Wouter earlier today said that he hits his knee or something like that on both of the sinks in his bathroom. And then this became a huge deal because I started to ask, like, wait, where's the toilet in your bathroom? Wouter goes and takes a picture of a door and says, the toilet is just beyond this door. And I thought, why would you take a picture of that? And then that kind of became pretty memey after that. Okay, so linting is done. Let's check this in. Looks good. Looks good. So you can't place bots as a match is running, right? Yeah, perfect. Also can't click bots. What happens if... This is probably really hard to do. Let's try this out. Aha, so you can click them during a game. That's good. Would you consider having the real-time mode reintroduced in the future, or is it gone for good? Hey, Savage, it's gone for good. I don't think real-time botland could ever have been fun. And Hyanar, I wrote up a bunch of... I mean, you already saw that video, but I wrote up a bunch of reasons why I don't think it's fun. So I wrote... What, overall conclusions here, I guess? Yeah, I know I said this in the video, but this is the problem with an automation game is you've got to know that you're having an impact on the game. But automation means you want something to run for long enough. So it either boils down to just a game with manual actions where you're seeing a change and you're reacting to it. That's fine. Those are very successful games, definitely. That's like a fighting game or a real-time strategy game or anything like that. Or you run at the other end of the spectrum where it's like games last for 24 hours and you kind of just pop in every hour or so and you kind of see, oh, did that have a good impact? And both of those are just bad ideas for Botland, I think. Now Wouter, always phasing through real stuff. He thinks he's better than us. So can active player place bots? Can active player place bots? I think that's actually close enough to a full comment is the title of the function. So game finished is never called now. I guess it's not needed. What's the difference between game finished and cancel game? Well, let's take a look. So set capturing journal to false. I guess that doesn't really matter because there's nothing you can do from the main page. Clear journal also doesn't really matter. Set up title screen arena is also not going to be done. Set can join game to true. That doesn't matter either. Go back to the news page. Is that done here? Oh, interesting. That's got to go here, actually. Exit replay mode is what goes into this. I don't know about this. Otherwise debug concede. Okay. And debug concede is what presumably gets us back to here. Yeah, calls the game finished. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Cool. So then this stuff will be done. That's fine. So we can get rid of this. Good. 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 Yep. Well, that's fine. What about this? Yeah, that's fine too. This is probably fine as well. Yeah, pretty straightforward. We're going to add some things to it later. This we need a comment, so let's go do that. And then match results is totally busted from this perspective. Let's go fix that too. Well, so Hyanar, what do you think of the new style of the game? There we go. And let's go comment this. So the name of your opponent in the game. There, string. Did attacker win? That's this. There. Someone wants to start a simple game in JavaScript. What libraries would you recommend? If it's a very simple game, I would probably recommend something like Phaser.js. Phaser.js, I think, is a good way to get started. I don't know if it's a great way to make a full game, but I'll link this in. They have a bunch of examples that you can check out on their site. New weapon plugin. What is this? Seems silly. Oh, these are, never mind. These are not game examples. Where are the game examples? Here they are. Yeah, so they show some games that you can make in this. I mean, most of these are what you would call simple games. And yeah, this works great for what it's doing. Like, this looks smooth. It's probably got sound, although I don't know because I muted the tab. And, nope, space doesn't do anything. But yeah, this works how I'd expect from a breakout game. Cool, simple game. So yeah, I would check that out. True the match results UI is showing. Looks good. I totally understand where you're coming from, and I'll check this out later. I have some QA testing to do. Okay, cool. Silly. All right, nice. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. All right, so we need match results and then that file too. Yep, and oh yeah, this is a mess. Let's go fix that up. I guess I don't have to save any of this stuff anymore. And then let's just run this. Wait, Hainar, am I even saying it correctly? Because I have a name pronunciations list. Space around operator. What, like that? And space around commas. Did I fix this? Yes. Nice. Show match results after attacking. Oh yeah, I should lose as well. Let's go try that out. So it says you have defeated Adam 2. What happens if I lose to Adam 2? This is actually going to be nearly impossible to do. So let's go log in as Adam 2 and make it very easy to do. Edit defense. We have bots that do nothing, I'm guessing. Figure it out for me. No, they do something. What? So we attack, and we need to attack with nothing. So let's make a bot do nothing. Perfect. Uh-oh. Not perfect. Uh-oh. Didn't plan for that at all. Oh boy. Okay, so we never get back into the setup phase. Good thing I didn't commit that yet. Fix bug. You're never placed back into the setup phase after watching the journal. So you can't place bots anymore. Oh, that is how you pronounce it. Okay. Getting annoyed by the fact we can put bots in the arena while the drawer is open. Yeah, there is not a way to do that. However, I will say this at the very least. If you press 1 through 5 on your keyboard, you can select these bots without having to open the drawer at all. But eventually the drawer is just going to go away. It's going to be replaced by this, which will always be open. And that's one of the other changes I want to make this week. Probably today or tomorrow. Oof. Oh, nice, Bearsoft. Good to hear. Didn't know you could just press the numbers? Yeah. You actually could always do that. Or almost always. That's been in the game for a while. Okay, so go back to the setup phase. That is not something that I've done right now. Set game phase. We need to do that after we're done replaying the journal. But we don't necessarily know whether the game is over or not. Stop journal replay. So what does this do? So this puts us back to the setup phase, I guess. This.GameState.setup phase. But we're not necessarily even in it. We should know whether the game is over. And we should have a way to do that, right? Game result. Journal.getGameResult. Which that might not exist. Alright, let's see if we can do this. So if game result equals this, if util.exists game result, then we set this to results. Otherwise, we set it back to setup. Then this is no longer needed. Alright, let's try that out, because I just changed a decent amount there. Okay, so we go to attack, and we're going to lose the first one. Cool, that immediately broke. That's great. I know why. Let's just fix that really quickly and act like I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so coming into this for the first time with no errors that already existed. Let's try this again. So we go to attack. We fail the attack. Perfect. We can place bots again. Perfect. And now we're going to lose. We're going to purposely lose here. You failed to defeat Adam 2. Okay, cool. We can't place bots anymore. We can click those. That's fine. We can't drag these over here. Yeah, cancel and then attack again. Now we're going to win, and we're going to make sure that that works too. So commence. Perfect. And it should say you beat Adam 2. Perfect. Oh, all right. Looking good. Let's make sure we can edit our defense, I guess. Test. What happened there? That was pretty weird. But yeah, it looks like it's working. Except for that I can't test it again now. Well, that broke. So you can't test your defense multiple times? Oh, man. Alright, well, that's a bug I'll fix in another commit. So this is done. Fix bug. Can't test defense more than once. What about a stalemate? I don't think that should have any problem, but you're right that I should test it at the very least. So in order to test that, we need to go on to Adam 2, edit defense, and make it so that these bots do nothing. So instead of figure it out for me, we're just going to disable block. Update, update, and save. And now we log in as Adam, and we make a bunch of bots that do nothing. Commence. Oh, those have melee on them still. Oh, well, still, this is a stalemate. Okay. So we just need to wait for this to finish. Any second now. Wow, that takes forever. What did this do? 3,000 turns, right? Yeah. How many more turns does it have to play out before it's done? I didn't say stalemates aren't a thing. Stalemates are a thing. It's just that they don't count as the attacker winning. They count as the defender winning. A stalemate is when you run into something like this where the bots just never kill each other. Oh, I don't know why this isn't ending. We shouldn't have to see this happen more than 700 times. I wish I was excited as Adam's bot. There's some like weird stuff happening where it sometimes moves to the left or the right. Okay. He's doing the bot dance, let it be. I don't know if this is going to finish. It should. Let's take a look at the console. Oh yeah, you know, just just looking to move bots for the rest of eternity here. No, there we go. Okay, that worked. Hey, glowing soul. So the problem is, I wanted to test a stalemate when it was the end of the game. So let's go try that. Are all the bots facing the same way? I've never fixed that. That's all. So we're gonna go here. We need to get rid of that bot and just put down a whole bunch of these. And this time I mean it. Let's put down a move command. Nice. Okay, so now stalemate should at least be much easier to reach. Let's try it. We hit commence. It should not take as long as it used to. We'll see the bots dance around for a while. It's a very intricate system where they partner up and they try to follow their partner. It's telling a story, really. Anyway, they should end pretty soon. It's running 11 updates and it's got to run 3,000 turns worth. So that's what, like, that should only be 29 total. Oh no, 290 I meant. So have we watched each bot move 290 times yet? Now we have. Okay, now we have to do that 2 more times. This is riveting. Oh man. All right. So yeah, stalemate should never really happen in the game. They could happen legitimately if, let's say, you actually, why would they? I guess you could write a strategy as an attacker where you go off to the corner and you stay off in the corner, and then the defender boss just never find you. Or you could write a bug. So this should almost be done, and then we just have to watch it one more time, and then hopefully it says that you lost. Oh, this is painful. It just takes so long. There we go. Okay, so we have one more time, and there. That's it. At the end of this one, we should see that you lost the game. Imagine if this was someone's defense, though. They just set up their boss to move around randomly. And some poor attacker in the world had to watch this for just a half hour. Imagine if you had the ability in JavaScript to prevent them from shutting down their computer or closing Chrome or anything. There we go. That worked. Yep. Yeah, good job, Dig Down Deep. Good job. Alright, so we can check this in now. Show match results after attacking. And let's just do this linting process one more time. Hey, Fineva. Fineva? Okay, yeah, that's fine. And that's fine. So show match results after attacking. This page is really basic for right now. Okay, so commit that, and now let's go fix this bug. So when you edit your defense, you can't test more than once. Why not? So we go to our defense, we click there, we hit test, and then it just stops working when we hit test again. Oh, it's giving an error. That's perfect. Try deploying a bot after when the game state forbids it. Oh, that's easy. Okay, this is because we're still in execution mode. So how do we address that? Test defense. Here it is. Commence game phase. Update player scripts. Okay, fine. This. Replay journal. How could this possibly happen as an attacker? This is in test defense. Where else does it get called from? That's it. Oh, this can't happen as an attacker. Well, well, well. So I guess we have to get rid of this. Allow bot deploys anyway. What, is this even used anywhere else? Nope. Yep. Nope. Gotta get rid of it. This isn't ever even set anywhere else, though. So this can be gone. Is active player attacker is no longer there. And then allow bot to place anyway. Get rid of that from there, too. So when all of this is done, yeah, this is a mistake right here. This should have been down here. That should do it. That should fix this problem. Let's try it out. So we connect, we edit our defense, we test it out. Then we hit test again, and it works, yeah. And we should be able to place bots. Yeah, cool. Oh, now it failed. Oh, because canceling doesn't stop that. Oh my god. Fine. Well, I figured out another bug. So we go to cancel game. Is there any way to get the X and Y coordinates of your CPU? No, unless you can see it. If you can see it, then you can do something like this. You can say get X of entity, get Y of entity. There. You could do something like this. But that's the only way for right now. So yeah, just remember the coordinates 1 and 6 for right now. Eventually, I'm going to put it in the game. Is the top left tile 0, 0? Yeah, it's 0, 0. Hey, dig it. So when you cancel the game, we say debug concede. And so we could just paste this here, I guess. Go back to the setup phase. But this can only happen if you're testing your defense, right? Debug concede. Done replaying journal doesn't do this? Nah, guess not. Hey, Bo Kerrigan. Okay, so let's try that out now. I think I fixed both these bugs. So we edit our defense, we put some bots down, we hit test, cancel, test. Nope, still fails. What does this do? Done replaying journal, stop journal replay. Let's just put a breakpoint in here. I think I know what's happening. What's happening is it probably has a game result somehow and shouldn't. And so it's setting it back to the results screen. Let's find out. So the current game state is set as setup. Yes, great. Right, so that's correct. Now we go into here. And I bet this is going to get set to, so we go into here, and then stop journal replay, sure. And then we get down to here, and finally, what is game result? Attacker 1. Yeah, that's not expected. So that's setting us back to the results screen. But we shouldn't be on the results screen. However, this dot player is testing defense is still true. No, and it's false. What? Alright, this sucks. This definitely sucks. Oh, wait. Oh, here's what we can do. Oh, problem solved. No, except for that this has a set timeout and it shouldn't. Drat. There is no solving problems in this world, is there? Function to run equals this, maybe. If run immediately, then just function to run. Else set timeout function to run. There. That should fix this. Hey, Pickle. I don't know how many games I've played today, but I can confirm GPU is fixed for me. Color tile was the issue, I guess. Yeah, and from what I understand, the new version of Pixie should provide a lot of benefits to performance. I'll have to test it out at some point this week. I have a feeling it's going to be a bigger change than just update from version 3 to version 4. I have a feeling I'm going to need to switch some paradigms around too. All right, let's try this. So we hit test, cancel. Don't care about that or that. And then we go back to test. All right, and it works. Whew. Yeah, nice. Why didn't you do offline indie game? You would have done so good, game. I didn't want to make an offline game. I really like the idea of Botland, and I've always been really excited about it. I think the problem is if you make it an offline game, it like what's the difference between that and just botting at a game that already exists, I guess. Also, I think there are a lot of programming games out there that are targeted at single player and they already have a good experience. So, but I don't think Botland has a good equivalent out there right now. I think there are games. The closest game that I saw was what, Empire of Code that Spurtman linked in. Yeah, the closest game I saw was this. People have linked to other games like S Creeps. I don't think S Creeps is at all similar to Botland. Yes, you can write JavaScript in it. I think that's where the similarities end. The genre is different and the target audience is different. And even the monetization model is totally different. I want Botland to just be an accessible game. People play for however long they want at a time. I want it to be free to play. What was I about to show you? Oh yeah, the store. So yeah, I want you to be able to just kind of like feel like you're making progress and have fun playing the game. And not have to worry about like what's the best script to write at any given time. Yeah, sure, competitive Botland would eventually get to that point where you have to worry about what scripts you're writing, but you don't need to do that to have fun. Is the distance to a bot next to my bot 0 or 1? It's 1. And why didn't you make a board game? I've actually never made a board game before. I think what's nice about board games is you can focus mostly on the design part of it. And prototyping a board game, I imagine, is pretty simple because you can just write a bunch of things on a sheet of paper. You don't have to worry too much about like, do the pieces look like how they should? Because you don't need to write code. You just say the rule is this, and if it works, it works. You don't need to implement those rules. Okay, yeah, I think this is done. So that's good. Cool, cool, and cool. VR first person view. What if you programmed humans in this game? And yeah, don't forget it's Manhattan distance. So to make that a little bit clearer, if you are here, the distances from here are obviously 1, and then this distance is 2. So that's Manhattan distance at play. So then all of these are going to be 3. These are 2s, of course. So these are also 3s, and so on and so forth. They just radiate outward. So they're always integer distances. Will we get a debugger for scripts we write in Botland? No, probably not. I can't see how that would work. Like, there are ways where I could maybe implement it, but I think it would take at least a month just to implement that feature. And I think that's why you have test mode of like, hey, you can at the very least go into edit defense and try out your bots that you have. Okay, so let's do this. Fix bug around testing/canceling defense. I wasn't setting the game phase back to setup. Yeah, cool. Maybe just a debug message then. That is a pretty interesting thing now. Previously, in the prototype of Botland, I had a function that you could call that was print. But because everything ran on the server, print could only send a message of up to string of up to like 200 characters or something like that, and it was always the last one that you sent. So let's say you wrote a function like this. You wrote like print hi there, how are you? All this would print out as you, which actually I didn't have to have it work that way. But it would just save off the last message that you had. And the reason why is because I didn't want you to just spam like a million different strings and use up a bunch of bandwidth on the server just by sending strings back and forth. And then eventually even do an action. So you could still have your code here at the end, like figure it out. And then there, now you're just spamming a bunch of stuff. But now that it's asymmetric, I could maybe put that back in. I'll have to consider that again. Consider adding in debug prints / alerts for users when testing their defense. It's the kind of thing that could just no op on the server. Hey Reed, how am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. Hey Louie. I was really stressed out over the weekend because I was just worried about Botland and kind of how I'm going to get everything done. I'm going to try to take things a little bit easier. This week is going to be this roadmap that you see here. And hey, Draclin. Do you like the idea of a circular world like in Tribal Wars? You could implement it as a starting position for the player on the board of the world. I think what you're talking about is sort of like Asteroids too, right? Where you just wrap around the world when you get to one side of it. And I don't think I like the idea in this iteration of Botland. At one point, we had tossed around the idea because your position in the arena didn't matter, so you might as well make it infinite. But it's pretty hard to do that sort of thing, actually. Are bubbles of comics for the bots when using console.log on the to-do list? No, that's very exploitable, especially when you're talking about the general internet population here. Okay, so this is done. The results screen there. So we can mark that as finished, except that there's one more part that I want to do here, which is whenever, where is this? This one. So I asked a bunch of people the other day, and you guys voted, and you voted for that yes, you do want to see how much your rating changes during each game. So that's what we're going to implement now. I am probably just going to take a quick bathroom / snack break before that. Yeah, okay. BRB bathroom plus snack. We'll say 6 minutes. I'm a banana, ask me anything. Hey, banana. Oh yeah, I'll be right back. I expect this will take about 5 minutes. I set it for 6 minutes, so yeah, be right back. I'm back. All right. Where did I leave off in chat? Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. All right. And yeah, 9 hellos. I am coding in JavaScript. Do you still use Soylent? If so, have you tried 1/3 milk instead of water? No, I haven't tried it. And yes, actually, that's the snack that I got. All right, cool. Yeah, sorry, I read through chat. All right, so this is the kind of thing that I think you guys are going to enjoy because right now, here's what you have to do. By the way, how many games of Botland have been played today? We were at 385 last time I checked, which, by the way, do we know when that was? I don't think we can tell what time that was. Oh well, I had send again. And yeah, about 100 matches since I last checked. So when we connect, here's what you guys have to do now. You have to look at your rank, so 15, 13. Then you go attack. So, oh, hey, check it out. I have a bunch of replays, actually. Let's see how these worked. I should really make my defense better. I like your bot today. Alright, let's see. Bother be my defense. Yeah. Alright, so right now I'm at 15, 13. I go and attack somebody. So Zilly in this case. REKT. Done. And now I see that I am at 1524. So because I looked at my score beforehand, I can obviously subtract two numbers and know that I went up 11 points. But you shouldn't have to do that. Huh, interesting you did say. Yeah, I like this actually, so I probably won't end up switching because if I end up liking it better, then it'd be harder to do because I need to make sure I have milk on hand. So let's go add this in. And I feel like this should also be saved here. Let's make all these database changes actually. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. ELO ranking? Liquidor, I'm using Glico. Actually, Glico 2. So it's an improvement on ELO. But it's not, I haven't finished fine tuning it for Botland yet. So when you last updated your defense, let's go do that. So there's creation date. And everyone has a defense in here, but we don't know when it was last updated. Where is the defense? Where is the defense? Here it is. So let's write next to creation date, say, why are these not nullable? They should be nullable. Can you make date times in MySQL that can be null? I can't see why you wouldn't be able to. Oh, here we go. Yeah, default to null. Okay, cool. Let's use that. Easy peasy. So what do we call this? Last defense update? Something along those lines. And 9 hellos, what do you mean by connect to Chrome? Oh, nice. Thanks, Hideo. So last defense update. Then we just need to use it, of course. So let's write this down. More database updates. Add this to users. Cool. So add a database column for when you last updated your defense. That's there. Now this is when you last updated your defense. Now when you actually update your defense, we need to save to that column. So let's go add this to the database by doing things the stupid way. How's that sound? Sounds good to me. So we're going to close out of all of these things. And that, and that, and that, and that, and that. There, that's everything. So now let's connect to the database, and let's do drop database botland, and then recreate it. How are you doing that to do in Sublime? Looks useful. That is with, oh, no, silly linked it in. But yeah, it's called plain tasks. Have you considered recording players' rank history over time? I haven't. I think that's probably a bit much for me to do. Like what I might be able to do, maybe at the beginning of every week, I keep track of that stuff. I'm not sure. Yeah. Dig down deep. I'll write it down, but I don't know if that's the kind of thing I necessarily want to do. That isn't water. This is Soylent. So yeah, it's not water. And yeah, I do highly suggest looking through the FAQ. There's a reason it's the FAQ. And I think a lot of sites just put up questions that they think will be asked, but these were questions that were actually asked many, many times. Did that work? Okay, cool. Yeah. Thanks, Endorn. Okay, so we have our database. Now let's go update this. When you save a defense, when this works, we just call into this, and that calls into here, and we say update. So all we need to do here, this should be pretty easy, is we figure out what I name this thing. Last defense update, new date. Perfect. There, that's it. Easy peasy. Let's go restart the account server and the matchmaker, of course, and we should be good to go. Let's try it out. Actually, let's start by doing this. Select ID, name, last defense update from users. No database selected. Use Bortland. Okay, yeah, so no one's updated the defense. Now I'm going to go update it, of course. So let's go do this. We refresh the page, we hit enter, we hit our defense, blah, blah, blah. And now we have the last update time. Okay, cool. So the reason I think this is useful is really only because, well, there are a couple things. One is when you attack someone in the game, you can see this right here. Let me zoom in on this. Last updated October 7th. So I think this is one of the places that it's most useful. If you play against someone and it's like, wait a second, they haven't touched their defense in the last like 2 months. Oh man, this person must not be active. Excuse me. Then that probably means that I've done something wrong and that I should be pulling those players out of the matchmaker. But the second thing is, it's helpful for me to know who's actually modifying their defense. It whispered me the result. Oh yeah. Hey, Spurman. Adam, what is that drink? I was saying it's Soylent. So it's like a meal replacement powder, basically. And I think it's really good for when I'm streaming. One of the things, okay, so I stream for 8 hours when I stream. And whenever I take my lunch break, my view count understandably drops because who wants to sit here and watch a lunch counter count down from like 30 minutes? So this will make it so that I don't have to take a lunch break until like 3 o'clock or something. Okay, so that's done. In fact, I should just check this in because that's all that took. I went full cyberpunk. What? C did it say? Okay, so this is done. Easy peasy change. Add last defense update to database. Cool. This is not something users have access to. Take us with you to lunch. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about eating on stream. Drinking on stream I think is, well, drinking Soylent or something on stream I think is fine. Okay, we're going to save this probably till the end. Stop saving user tokens to the database. They're never used and they're just leaking private information. So I guess if I were to save anything ever, it would be like a token ID, which you would just be able to, no, you wouldn't be able to update that. Yeah, that way you could only have one token out there in the wild. Let's write that down for the future. Perhaps save token ID into each token and persist that to the database to make sure they're always using their newest token. And yeah, sure, man, it does. Is there a reason to store the token in the database? No, there isn't, which is why I'm not going to be storing it anymore. And it doesn't eliminate the lunch break for me, ProSam. I still feel the need to go get lunch, but it does delay the lunch break. So if my view count is going to drop in the middle of the day and then not recover, that's worse than it dropping at the end of the day and not recovering. So here we have token. I had previously put tokens into their own table, but a user should have at most one. So I'll just put that in this table. This is not how I would have accomplished this. This is wrong. So let's just get rid of it. And then when we go to save the token, so we have token colon here. This is in save token. This should not ever be called. Yeah. Yeah, I think at best we could save the token's ID or something like that. But all this is really doing is saying like user logged in. So that's it. Let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of that. And we'll also rename this function, I guess. Might as well do that. And Bo Kerrigan, I don't even look at that anymore. The percentage complete on the to-do list. So we'll just say update. We'll just say user logged in. There. Looking forward to the data on the drop-off from delayed lunch, because it's 9 p.m. for you right now. It might be Europeans dropping away. Oh, so yeah, in general, people in Europe don't like it if I take a delayed lunch because it's so close to when they'd go to bed that they're like, all right, I'll just stop watching for the rest of the day anyway. But what I'm saying is if my view count before lunch is like 100, then my view count after lunch is sometimes like 40 to 60, which it's surprising it's even that high. I guess there are a lot of people who just leave the stream on. But then it'll slowly rise back to maybe 80 or something like that. And yeah, it's just not the best. Okay, so there, that's that. Let's try it out. So all we have to do is log in and make sure that our number of logins went up. So let's do num logins and last login date. Okay, so I have one login and it was at 1940. Let's log in again and see what happens. I have two logins and it's at 1946. Yeah, sounds fine. Wait, TJ, did you really do that? And if so, how many times did it show up? Okay. Just kidding, not usually that bored. Good. I was going to say that's pretty crazy. All right, so got rid of the token from the database. This was never used for anything important anyway. Got rid of user tokens from the database. Whoops. these were never used for anything anyway. The original intent was to prevent users from having multiple tokens in the wild, but saving a token to the database didn't help accomplish that. Perhaps at some point in the future, I'll save a token ID to the database and make sure that you're only specifying that ID, but for now, the column is just gone. Yeah, this would involve reading from okay. Zero is the amount if you're wondering. Okay, so commit. All right, done with that. Not bad. Something needs to keep track of wins and losses as an attacker and as a defender for each player so that we can sort by win ratio. You have a problem linking with another file? This is searching your node modules. Whenever you're importing anything, import something from path. This is node, it looks in node modules, and import something from ./path, looks in your directories, basically, directories that you made. So 3D extended, that's your problem. You need to specify a relative path, even if it's in the same folder, then just do ./. Otherwise, it's going to search for this in node modules. And if it's in node modules, then also, whoa, what is going on with my hoodie in this? Pink light is totally screwing up the camera, huh? That looks really cool. All right, so this is the I'm kind of concerned about whether this stat is even important. Like, I think it's an interesting stat, maybe, but I don't know if it's important because you could win 1,000,000 times against terrible players and then win twice against really good players, and your win ratio would be probably pretty good, but you would have only won a couple of times that really mattered. So should I really do this? Like, total number of wins and losses? Like I said, I think it's a fun stat, but I don't think it's a useful stat. Ocean Trosses, I'm watching an ad for you. Should I keep track of total number of the total number of wins/losses as an attacker and as a defender? Yes, no. I don't care. When you can buy an iPhone 7 Plus, I don't think I probably ever will. TJ says, once in a decade when you tell your wife about something that occurred during the stream, has there ever been something I did or said? Yeah, I told her about how you wanted to show your friend the game over the weekend. And then, sorry, my chair just flew backwards. And then after that, I told her that your friend liked it, but the graphics suck, apparently, according to your friend. I'd only do it for the rank queue where you get matched against your opponent with their defense ranking and your attack rating deviation. No, this isn't even necessarily like, should I show you this? Just should I keep track of it? The overwhelming majority said yes, so I'm probably going to do that. But I don't really understand the significance of this number. And actually, in almost any game with a ranking system like this, like League of Legends or Hearthstone, or like, what do you... Does it matter? Does it matter? This is the kind of thing that should reset every season, probably. Oh, well, I'll just keep track of it. Thought I was asking if I keep count, change my no vote to yes. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to do this. But, yeah, I don't really know why. Oh, well. This isn't really a helpful stat, but it's fun to have. could be useful later. For example, in League of Legends, they show you these stats. So if you get an opponent with 1,000 games at his rank, you know he's not going to go higher. Where if you see a guy with 10 games at his rank, you know he's going to climb. I see. That's interesting. Definitely. Depends if you can pick your opponent. You can't pick your opponent. And I haven't played Smite Ocean Draw. And nor do I really think I've watched it too much, so I don't really have an opinion about the game. Oh, thanks, Endoran. What did they think? Although, actually, you showed them the stream, right? Not the game, necessarily. HS uses it for things like rewarding a golden portrait. You could use it as a carrot like that. So, yeah, you can, but Hearthstone doesn't show you your losses. And it doesn't show you your win ratio, because then you'd be able to know what your losses are. And 9 hellos, the reason it has that little hill on it is because it's an ergonomic keyboard. Oh, if I could type keyboard, that'd be great. Don't you log every battle? Just add in stats to the result and you can calculate /search on. Sorry, I didn't listen to the entire stream tonight. Oh, no problem, Liquidor. And no, I actually don't log every battle. I log... Right now, I'm relatively parsimonious with my database usage. So if you look through, I have matches that occurred in the last 24 hours saved in the database. But I don't save them forever. So I only keep track of information that's going to affect gameplay right now. And yeah, I just need to change this, I guess. Anyway, we'll keep track of this. So we'll go into here. We have attack rating, defense rating, whatever else. We're going to say table dot integer num attack wins. Or should I say attack num wins? Probably attack num wins. Attack num wins dot not nullable dot unsigned dot default to 0. So we need attack wins, attack losses, and then defense wins and defense losses. So those 4 columns. Can you change my lights? Yeah, sure. Hey, Kazoos. Kazoos, I've been thinking about your name. Have you ever watched Futurama? Oh, is it Pazuzu? I thought it was Azuzu. Oh, man, never mind. Well, anyway, Pazuzu. I've never heard the P on that name. But anyway, the professor's like, Pazuzu! And he yells his name out, and I always think of your name, Kazuzu. I'm going to go back to not talking about my random thoughts. How does one get better at StarCraft? Hey, Tomkiss. I think tons and tons of practice and learning build orders and crazy. Why not save every battle and match? If space is an issue, just use some kind of compression or backup or whatever. I don't know, but don't make it based on time, but based on X amount of battles. Like save the last 25 you played and summarize the rest in the stats. Though I'd prefer full history. Yeah, so why not save everyone is just space. But you're right, I should consider in the future, I'll write this down. Consider saving a table of match history that doesn't ever get pruned. It should have time, attacker ID, defender ID, who won, game version at the time, and maybe how many phases it took to win or something like that. What else is in matches? No, yeah, that's it. Then yeah, I use Bing. Full history could be an idea for an in-app subscription model. That's actually true too. Okay, so now that we have these 4 things, which, by the way, stop saving user tokens to database. I got to write that down over here. Delete. Actually, I don't need to delete it. Delete token column from users. And then add these columns to users. What? Okay, that was weird. There we go. Points plus ranking score. Oh, yeah. Good idea. Also save the ranking / score going in. Ocean, so let me. I don't know why this is so funny to me. Let me show you in general what you just purchased. So when I go away for lunch, I put up a screen that looks like this, and from the top of the screen fall little BRBs. Well, it'll also say something like, "Thanks for the support, Ocean Traw," every once in a while, but that's only during my lunch screens, which may not even happen today. Hey, Thomas Darby. Oh, you were. Oh, I see. I think I understand what happened there. Okay, so now we just need to increment these. Let's go do that. So when you win a game, we have save game results as in the database wrapper. So this should be pretty simple. We update the... This is wrong. What's going on here? Save game results. What's it called? Save game result. Save... Oh, right. Stupid Sublime 2. It doesn't find this function because I put the arguments over multiple lines. Oh, it's already been bothering me. Hey, Motor Fella. Adam Sync. Okay, so we select this for update and this for update. DB Defender and DB Attacker. And then what is this? Oh, Glico scores. Yeah. New DB Attacker dot... Okay, so we need to know who won. Did attacker win? Yeah. So if did attacker win, and then there's new DB defender. So new DB attacker dot attack num wins plus plus. That's not right. That's definitely not right. New DB. No. All this is wrong. Oh my god. Let's focus for a second here. Num wins plus 1. Okay, good. And that's it, actually. Yeah. Else attack num losses. Okay, cool. And so as the defender, if the attacker won, then your defense losses will increase. And if the attacker lost, then your defense wins will increase. Perfect. Also null out the attacker's defense copy now that we're done with the game. It's a mess for that. What is this is a huge mess. It's like the biggest bathroom mess ever. You have a laptop in your sink. Oh, Wouter. Well, you delivered. That's certainly true. All right, great. Did a bomb explode? I know. What? Wouter, do your parents ever get mad? Do they ever like open the bathroom door and they're disappointed with their son? Shouldn't you use a new def database instead of new attack database for losses? I'm not sure what you're saying, Panda. So in general, if the attacker won, then you count it as a win for the attacker and a loss for the defender. And if the attacker lost, then it's a loss for the attacker and a win for the defender. And that's pretty much it. That should be all that matters. And I'm going to test this right now too, so we can see whether it works. So let's do drop database botland in leafy Eric. Anyway, thanks for following. Firstly, parent. Secondly, what was the rest of the sentence? Oh, sorry. Are they ever disappointed that you don't keep the bathroom in better shape? Nobody got time for picking up. In this statement, you update attack.losses on win as well as attack.wins. Hey, Syntonic. No, so I'm updating the attacker's wins and the defender's losses. Okay, maybe I'm not following you. These are all written correctly, right? Yeah, let's just test this out. Let's test it. They move the clock, right? What time is it for you right now? So you always have streamer time. I mean, I can just tell you what time it is for me right now. It's noon. But you can always type this and find out what time it is. Happy Leif Erikson Day. Yeah, so I'm making a game called Botland. Put both times on new DB attacker. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, thank you very much, Panda. Okay. God, I looked over that like a million times. Yeah, you're right. Okay, it's their bathroom, not mine. Oh, okay. Got it. And yeah, Live Overflow, it helps so much. By the way, I don't know if you saw this, but I did a blog post on Sublime and the plugins that I use and everything. All right, let's try this out. So we're going to drop this database. We already did that. Now we're going to rerun this. Now we're going to use the database again. And then we're also going to restart the account server. And will it work? Who knows? So let's do this. We need to select ID, name, attack num wins, attack num losses, def num wins, def num losses from users. So we currently have 0 of everything. That makes sense because I haven't played any games. So we're going to connect as Adam2. I'm going to edit my defense and make a stupid defense. Perfect. Now I'm going to log in as Adam1. I'm going to go attack that defense and I'm going to win. Done. Okay, so now we can see that I have a win and Adam2 has a defense loss. Now we're going to lose against this defense. Cool, yep. We already knew that. Now I'm going to make a bot that does nothing. Does nothing. Create and put down the does nothing bot. So we've got to lose all 3 phases. There. Now I should have a loss and they should have a win. Perfect. Yeah, looks good. Also, after the equal sign, you need to change DB attacker to DB defender. Yeah. It's amazing how much of that code I just screwed up by not paying attention. Oh, I see. Got it, Wouter. So we would have found out that this would break if I had played one more match. So let's go play one more match and find out that it works the way I expect it to. So we're going to do that same thing I just did. We're going to lose the match. Done, done, and done. Cool. Whoop. What happened there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I finally ran into that problem you guys ran into. Did I? 500. Why is that happening? Update set unknown column not a number. Oh, whoops. Whoops, 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 whoops. This should have been just... Oh my god. I continue to astound myself with the low quality of code here. There we go. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Alright, let's run some distraction giveaways. Yeah. Nobody pay attention to the code that I'm doing. Because there's no need. Alright. Let's try this again. I'm sorry. Really, I blame this on the stream. If I were writing this code myself. Now test a stalemate. We are done listening to dig down deep. Although that was a good idea earlier. So attack num loss is good and defense num wins good. Now we're going to go win a match. This should go much faster because I can put down 2 of these bots. In fact, you know what? I can probably put them down like this. Yeah, perfect. There. Now we should see... Yeah, perfect. Okay, that worked. Whew. All right. that's done. Now, if we want to sort by win ratio, we probably just need to get clever with our SQL statements. I'm not actually going to worry about that because I can just look that up eventually. It's not something I need to change the database for right now. So let's go check that in. Did it lint? Yes. Cool. Good and good. Save num wins plus losses to database. Save number of wins and losses to the database. Yeah. So these are split up by attacker / defender. So there are 4 new columns. So you're not actually saving the matches, but how do you tell the defender that someone has attacked you? Isn't that a log as well, or is it just purge news? So there are 2 things that I save to. So let's say you just played a match. The defender will get a replay saved to their row in the database, and there will be a new row in the matches table. So this will go away after they've viewed the replay. Well, actually, this will go away according to like replay deletion rules. In short, if you have more than 10 replays, something is going to get ejected from the database. So it's possible, let's say you're offline for a week, and in that week you get attacked 40 times. You can only save 10 replays, so that means that 30 of them are going to be lost no matter what. In fact, all 40 could be lost depending on how many you already had saved. So that's that part of it. And then there will be a new row in the matches table. These rows get deleted after 24 hours. So it's just a way of knowing how many games you played in the last 24 hours. Oh, see you, Blu-ray King. Can you pick which replays are saved, or is it the last 10? The rules are actually very complex right now for how they're saved. I think I'm going to change the rules so that they're much more straightforward. But the short answer is no, you can't pick. And the long answer is telling you what all the rules are, and that's a little too long. So it's some combination of like, have you watched the replay and did you lose, and is it, there's some third thing. Oh yeah, how old is it? What if you're going on a holiday? I mean, that's fine. If you're gone from the game for a week, I don't think you want to come back and watch like 700 replays or something, right? I think you want to come back and watch just a handful to figure out, oh, okay, that's where one of my weaknesses is. So a rotation for replays and a purge for matches. Yeah, that's the short answer. You're right. Okay, so that's done. Commit. Add a stat in the database for total number of games played in a day. It should only be cached every once in a while. Oh yeah, this was across all players. Do I want to do that? I think this is helpful. Because right now what I've been doing is I've been looking at the matchmaker. So for example, I saw this was 482, and now it's only gone up by 13. So people aren't really playing botland right now. But I don't know how many games this was. This was just how many times the matchmaker found a match. With that said, I am going to cancel this because I don't think this really matters. What if you won 699 replays but lost one? You want to know how you lost that one? Yeah, so Liquidor, that's what's happening right now. Losses are prioritized over wins because I feel like you have more to learn from your losses. So yeah, if you won 699 and lost one, you would be guaranteed to see that one loss, no matter what order they happened in. Hey, Pecos. In Ocean Traw, no, I don't think there are certain things where like you can't put it past players to do this. So for example, in World of Warcraft, there's someone who leveled up to the max level just by picking herbs. That's not the kind of thing you'd ever expect someone to do, right? So there are certain things where it's like, okay, people are going to violate whatever rules you've set out in the game, no matter what. But I think in general, when it comes down to what do people want, people don't want a viable way to level up with like herbalism in World of Warcraft. Sure, it's a nice little boost, but they don't want to spend the however ridiculous amount of hours that took. What people want in Botland, I assume, is going to be watching like 10 to 20 replays or something. I don't think they're going to want to watch like 800 of them. So I will not be accommodating that. Show how much your rating changed with each game. Okay, so here's the most important change. I saved it for the last part here. And it's not play, it's how to play. But yeah, the game is online if anyone wants to try it out. It's not even in alpha yet, so you will come across bugs. There will be things that just don't make any sense. There's no balance in the game. Feel free to try it out if you want, though. All right, this is going to be a bigger change than I would have thought, huh? Let me think about this. So we need to know the attacker's rating change and the defender's rating change. And do we have this information easily? We have update glyco scores. This does not tell you the difference though, but it could. But this is saving directly to the database, so it actually should not. But we can figure that out from the database and then save that ourselves. All right, Ocean Traw. I mean, that's fine. I would say this though, just keep in mind the game will only be online while I'm streaming because I have to have 4 servers online for the game to work. And that means that every hour I'm really spending 4 hours worth of time. So I can't keep it on forever. So it's only while I'm streaming, really. And yeah, what is this? So something that you're this is incorrect syntax. Giving errors in comparable types. Yeah, so there are a couple of things that you're doing here. Pecos, one is that if condition, then some statements in here, and then the else needs to go after the if. So you'll have else if condition 2, and then some more statements, right? So you have an else right now just in the middle of nowhere. It's got to be moved down to here. The second thing that you're doing is you're actually comparing symbol 2 here. I'm assuming you mean to compare symbol. But the third thing is that since you said symbol 2 and you have a single equals, it's going to try to set this. I don't even think that works in Java. I think they consider that to be an error. So I think you probably want this to just be symbol. For this to be a double equals, and then for this thing to be defined up here somewhere. So there were like 4 different problems I would address here. One is move the else to where the if is. 2 is change this equal to a double equals. 3 is probably change symbol 2 to just symbol. And 4 is move symbol 2 outside of the scope of that if statement so that it's accessible inside and outside of the if statement. Do you know Spark? I'm not even sure what Spark is. I'm so torn that you're not saving every match. I could, it's just every match is going to be... It's going to be however many bytes this is. So again, I don't know what this 10 is. I'm guessing these are 4-byte integers. So that's 12 bytes plus whatever a date time fits into. So maybe 16 or 20 bytes plus 2 glyco score changes. That's not that much, definitely. It's like 30 or 40 bytes total. The problem is there's going to be thousands of these every day. And even that's not, I guess, such a big deal. But at what point do you, like, since Botland has started, let's see. Select ID from matches. Oops, wrong database. Okay, well anyway, there have been, I think, 5,000 matches played in Botland in the last 10 days. And the game isn't even released yet. So I don't think it's gonna... Captain Sparkle's fan. Did I miss? Sparkle's saying something? What, Ocean Draw? You can have 100 million and it'd be fine. And yeah, it's, well, I wouldn't say, Aiden, that it's a game about programming. I think of it as a game about automation. So in Botland, and for anyone who's new to the stream, let me show this off. It's been the entire morning and I haven't actually showed the game yet. So in Botland, you make a defense and you can also attack other people's defenses. And you make both of these things, defenses or attacks, with bots. So for example, I have my little basic starter bot here with lasers. I can put something like melee onto it and maybe something like cloaking as well. So cool, this is a very offensive bot. It's got lasers and melee, but it doesn't have a lot of support abilities. And then you can make a script if you want to. If I don't, so check it out. If I just make this bot and I put down a bunch of these and I hit test, it uses lasers. And if something got within melee range, it would use melee as well. And you can in fact see it cloak too, although that's a little bit more difficult. So, well, anyway, they would use cloaking. Now, if I want, and like I said, you don't have to do this, you could write a script yourself, and you don't even need to know how to program to do that. You could say something like, hey, use lasers if you can use lasers. Cool. Use melee if you can use melee. And then I want you to pursue enemy bots. And if you can see an enemy bot, maybe I want to cloak if I can. And so you can just build up a really quick script if you want. At any point, you can say, I don't care about the rest of this. Figure it out for me. So I think of it as a game about automation because the programming part is not super important at first. And if you want, you can go to the JavaScript too. Do you know him? Yeah, I mean, he comes to the stream. Why do you ask, Ocean Draw? And Zilly, I'm not sure exactly how that works. I don't think that's a number of, oh yeah, integer of length 10, number of digits I guess it can store. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, Pivot shows a YouTube video. This shows a YouTube video. The problem is that those are relatively out of date, and they're also not me speaking to you in real time. It's me speaking to you from a YouTube video. Can you override bot health property? No. If you try, actually, what happens if you try to do that? Life equals 500. Yeah. Cannot assign to a built-in variable or function. Hey, Orange. He is a friend or something. Okay. Alright, so show how much your rating changed with each game. This needs to get stored into the replay because that's what's used in the battle log. The replays have no correlation to matches, which I think is problematic. If we knew we were going to keep matches around forever, then I suppose we wouldn't need to store all this information in replays. But for right now, let's go do things this way. So where's the replays table? Here it is. Let's store however this stuff works. Where is replays again now? Here. So the replay should know. Oh, how does this work? The attack change and the defense change? Alright, where am I going to show this anyway? Let's take a look at the UI. So if you play a match, yeah, so here's one place. When you see Jonesy beat you, it would say something like minus 15 DKP. And when someone's attack was thwarted, it would say plus 15. And then we also show that on the results screen as the attacker, so you'd need to have that sent to you. I don't know how I feel about this. So store attack skill delta and def skill delta in the database somewhere. I'm not sure where yet. And then show how much your skill rose or fell after the match is over. show how much your defense skill rose or fell in the battle log. So are web dev technologies any good for making games? Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what I'm using here. It's possible to maintain a large project in Node.js. Maintaining a project doesn't really have to do with the language. It has to do with how well you wrote your code. And I guess like what the hardware support is too. So if I write an NES game, I can't really maintain it now, can I? I guess I could. There are emulators. How do you move your React components over the screen? Could use some help here. 3D extended, I think the short answer is you should look it up online because I'm not an expert at that. And while I can tell you, I think you need to narrow down your question. If you have a specific place in Botland where you want to see how I'm moving something around, like this maybe, this is not necessarily a React thing. This is just a CSS thing. And by the way, you could actually just take a look at it too if you want. You can just inspect the element and then click edit and see what's changing. And then mimic that. Or like I said, I could clarify it myself too. I just need to know what you're talking about. Okay, so we want to show this. Let's take a look. When you attack someone, so you're calling commence game. Commence game is saying simulate game phase and returning a response. The response has the serialized journal and the phase just run. So we need to look at this here, right here. So we would also return how much your, so to do return how much your attack skill changed. Now this is something that, okay, let me ask you guys this. I think I already know what I want the answer to be, but I'm curious what you guys think. When you attack someone, you'll see how much your attack rating changes. Should you also be able to see how much the defender's defense rating changes? Talking about for bot movement? Oh, those are not React components. That's in WebGL. So what I'm doing is I'm moving a sprite that'll get rendered to a different location in WebGL. Okay. So I know that by sharing my opinion here, I'm going to bias future results, but I think the answer should be no for this. Because I think that's too much transparency. I think it's like a nice thing to know that, hey, you beat a defender who is at such a high rank and you brought them down 50 notches, but you probably won't run into them again. I just don't think that information should be shared. Is the attack and defender rating change not a one-to-one? No, it's not. So you as a player have an attack skill. Well, actually, so you really have three things. You have an attack rating, deviation, and volatility as per the Glico system. And then these same things for defense. So this is, you as a player, your skills are described by 6 values. And so from those values, we distill what I call well, not what I call, this is something online, but it's a conservative rating estimate. And this is equal to your rating minus deviation times 4, I believe. So let's say your rating is 1500 and your deviation is 50. Then your conservative rating estimate is going to be 1300. And actually, I think this starts at, well, anyway, so there, that's that. Like, now this would be your attack rating, let's say. Now, let's say you go up against a defender whose rating estimate is like 1780 or something like that. You might go up something like 500 points, and they might go down something like 100 points. So it's not necessarily one-to-one. Is there an intermediate on request, or is it all just about storage and not showing? What do you mean, Zilly? What I'm asking here is just a game design question of like, do you think this information should even be shown? So for example, in a game like, I don't know, World of Warcraft, you can't see how much experience another player has, but you can see their level. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, is like, if I asked this question for World of Warcraft, I'd say like, should you be able to see someone else's number of experience points? And they decided that the answer is no, unless they've changed that since I played. And so I think I'm going to also have the answer be no here, of you just can't see how much the defender's defense rating changes, even though you can see what it is maybe at the beginning of the match. So I think that's what I'm going to do for this. Okay, just curious. Skill rose or fell in the battle log. So yeah, we need to save both of these pieces of information. And the deltas, I guess, are all we'll store. No, do we? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because there's another question I have, which is, let's say you, right now you log in and you see something like this. Like, Adam beat your defense. And there's a time 2 hours ago. And then you see something else like Zilly beat your defense, whatever, 52 minutes ago. And you see something like Hideo couldn't beat your defense 17 minutes ago. So this is what you see right now. In the future, what I was suggesting is something like this, where Adam beat your defense 2 hours ago, minus 12 defense rating. And then here it would say something like, minus 9 defense rating. And then here it would say something like plus 13 defense rating. I wonder if we should store what your rating was at the time. So it'd say minus 12 defense rating so that you're now at, let's say, 88. And then minus 9 would bring you down to 79. And then plus 13 would bring you up to 92. Should these numbers in the brackets show up? Or should you just know, oh, well, my current score is 92. So plus 13, I must have been at 79 before that. And then minus 9, I must have been at 88 before that. I think it'd be good to see some form of rating, just so you know if you lost against higher players. That's an exact... Oh, yeah. So showing you their rating initially, I think is fine. But showing you how it changed, I don't think is fine. I mean, as in, could it be shown upon request, that delta? I don't think it should be shown, but it might be nice to know. No, I don't think so. Might be nice for it to be displayed as rating, player name, beat your defense, minus 30 rating. Yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. What happens when you create an unbeatable defense? It means that I've made a poorly designed game, because that shouldn't be possible. You can play the game and check it out and kind of see how things work. Right now the game's not balanced, so it's possible to create an attack that will always, well, not an attack, but it's possible to always win as an attacker right now. I don't think that's going to be the case in the future. Yeah, I think, what happens if you put an unbeatable... I think showing you all of this information, there's a lot that I could show you here. I could say something like Hideo attack rating equals like 1470. Couldn't beat your defense 17 minutes ago. Plus 13 defense rating. There's a lot of information I can store here. Maybe I should just put it all in the database and then later figure out what I want to show you. That's probably best. Yeah, that's probably best. Yeah, and I should write this down over here too. Grandmaster Silly. I forgot Zilly is guaranteed to be places 1, 2, and 3 in botland because of how good he is. Maybe during early phases it makes sense to show it because that helps debug those ratings later on when it's about UX, you remove it. Yeah, that's a good point too, Live Overflow. Definitely. Yeah, okay, let's save it all then. So this would go into replays. And then we need to know that information though when we get this. And we unfortunately do not have that because update glycoscores is called. We need to send it back. Yeah, that's too bad. All right, well, let's do it, I guess. I just really have to change this function. So attack skill delta, defense skill delta, and then we also need to store the replays table. So we also need to store attack final. This is not really skill, this is CRE. Initial CRE, def initial CRE, and the replays table. Yeah. Okay, so let's put this up here. Add these columns to replays. There. There. Oh yeah, something like this is almost definitely. I can't imagine a game not having this nowadays. An icon or a title or something like that when you're at a certain rank. Most games have some sort of medal system, like bronze, silver, gold, and they'll show you some icon next to your name. Yeah, Quinn. A university course splits into two branches after this year. One focuses on C++ and the other C#. We're going to be learning Java alongside both. Which should I go with? So that's totally up to you. I think Java is very similar to C#. So you might pick C++ just to have a little bit more variety and have to manage memory yourself. With that said, I just prefer C#, but since you're already learning Java, it sounds like C# is not going to teach you much more. The languages are just very similar. So yeah, I would probably go with C++. I think it'll teach you more. And I think the biggest difference between C++ and Java is that you're managing memory yourself. That's the biggest functional difference, at least for you as a programmer. There are a lot of differences, like what gets compiled to what and how it gets run, but the memory management I think is important. Oh yeah, Zilly. No, a lot of different games, including chess, are using Glicko. Okay. Yeah, let's store this. All right, so we need this, and this, and this needs to go into replays. Why is this? What's going on here? Is this a replays table? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we're going to say attack CRE delta, not nullable, default to, I don't even care, it's just not nullable. But also it's a float, I guess. Yeah, fine. And then these things too. Done. Which would be better on a resume or for job prospects afterward? So my short answer for this is a resume is only there to get you an interview. That's it. And maybe in the interview they'll ask you questions about it. But in general, it's just there to get you the interview. So what matters more is what projects have you done? What can you kind of show off? What skills, what things can you provide for the company? And with that said, knowing Java, I would take it to mean, okay, this person basically knows C# at this point or could learn it. So yeah, I think C++ would probably be good there too. And no, I don't think so. When you say C++ is considered higher level, I think what you mean is higher level of difficulty. It's not considered a higher level language. It's a lower level language than Java or C#. But I don't mean to sound pedantic here. C++ is typically considered higher difficulty level. Okay, so these things should be added in. Let's go make sure that they get saved now. In fact, I got to go drop the database again. So drop database, recreate database, use database, go restart this thing. Okay, so show how much it rose or fell. Well, first we need to just save these things. Save all of those values into the database. Okay, so we say save game results. Oh, no problem, Iquin. Feel free to ask any questions like that, definitely. I would hate for you to change the next like 2 years of your life because you just thought, I don't feel like asking someone. And then you find out I've made a terrible mistake 2 years later. Might as well just ask people. Definitely. Okay, so the only way for us to get these values out of here is if we returned them. We'll get the differences and their starting values as well. We can save all of that. Okay, so let's get these 4 values here. We just paste these here. Fix me. Dirty pirate life. Oh, update wins and losses. I actually already did this. So now we need to get how much your skill changed. So we need to know what's in this thing. Here. Where's the CRE? Oh, man. I don't see it, but that's not possible. Oh, attack estimated skill. There it is. Yeah. So, let's go do this. So we take their skill right now, which is new DB attacker dot estimated skill. That's what we call it, skill delta, not CRE. Choose C++ my degree will be specializing in game dev. However, C# would specialize in cloud development. Oh, that adds a little tiny wrench into this plan. So in general, I think you should have the ability at the end of your university to learn whatever you want. And so it's, what are you more interested in, I feel like, while you're in university? So yeah, just do cloud projects on the side. Oh, Raimi. I think the only way you could have made that better is by putting spaces after each of these. There. Alright, so attack skill delta, that's what this is. So it's their current estimated skill minus their original one. And then defense skill delta should be this, but with the DB defender. Okay, sounds good. Now we just need 2 more things, which was their initial skill or their current skill. It doesn't really matter which one I take. Attack initial skill equals, and then defense initial skill cool. So now we put that one there, that one there. Why did I not copy paste that correctly? Attack and defense. Okay, so that should be everything. Now we just need to return these values so that you can send them to the client. Well, you haven't seen it before with Adam Boat and Dorn. But yeah. All right. So I think it's worth returning these values. All right, duplicate data property and object literal not allowed. What? Did I copy paste the same thing twice? I did. How did I do that? Oh, whoa, there's a problem. That should be attack initial skill. Whoops. Thanks, Dazed. Yeah, I just realized that. Man, I've been screwing up a lot. Okay, so that means we need to get rid of this too. Attack initial skill. There. How's the code base maintainability-wise? It's not terrible. It's definitely not great, though. There are a lot of things that I need to update. And I'm going to be working on UI a little bit this week, and then also just stability this week. What are we at for number of games, by the way? 495 goes up to 551. Nice. People are playing 2 games a minute. That is not a lot. But eventually the number will be higher. So once we've returned all of these things, we just also need to return them back to... So let's look at save game results. This is going to return different things than what this returns, though. So it's only if the game finished that we'll have this information. Yeah. Let me take a look at something. This returns nothing. Okay, so dot then extra return params. If not is object extra return params, then extra return params equals an object. And now object dot assign. Actually, you know what? We can just do things this way, right? Does that not work? Unexpected token. How do we do this? How do you use the stupid rest parameter? No, it's not that. Spread operator. Oh yeah, I do plan on making a profit with this game. Yeah, and the monetization thing is linked there. What you can buy in the game is pretty simple, and this is one of the most important things. I don't want it to be pay to win. And I don't want people to have to pay at all if they don't want to. So we'll see. We'll see how viable this is. So let's say const extra equals foo bar. Cool. And then we say const object equals x5 dot 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 extra. That should work, right? So now when we log object, yeah, we get this. So why does this not work in this code? Unexpected token. Fine. I guess I'll just use object.assign. Okay. So we want these things in there. And then we want to do object.assign. Sort of like how we do in all of these reducers. And we don't need anything extra, right? Nice. Monetization part. The dot 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 only as parameter, not as variable. No, that's not what I'd want to have happen here, though. Because then it would store it. Oh, wait, right? So if I do this. Yeah. Because then it gets stored in the object as extra. I don't want that to happen. Hey, DK. Just do things this way. So we want the return object with any extra return parameters. Just really, I should just do it this way, right? And then put this in here. Yeah. There. Okay, let's try that out and see how terrible this is. And what am I programming? Yeah, I'm working on a game called Botland, and if you want to, you can try it out here. It is nowhere near complete. It is not very self-explanatory. You can register for an account. My only suggestion is that you make your Twitch username your in-game username. That way I know who's who. Other than that, just have at it. Come up with bad strategies, good strategies, doesn't matter. And so yeah, once you're in the game, you can make a defense for yourself out of bots. The game doesn't totally teach you how to do that, but you click this plus button. You can just drag things onto your bot if you want. So artillery, melee, thrusters. And then you can make a script if you want. Don't worry about that though at first. Okay, let's try this. I also think I need to drop the database again, considering I changed the name of this column. There we go. So we call into this and we get a response, and we need to print out what the response is. Now we'll get a journal and we'll get the phase just run, but we might also get some extra parameters here. So let's just put a breakpoint here. All right, let's try it out now. With any luck, this will just work. So yeah, let's try it. Click attack. Whoops, I cleared the database. So the first thing I need to do is go make a defense. Done. Okay, now we can go click attack. Couldn't find it out. I guess I'll ask my teacher on Wednesday. In pseudocode, it's something like this, but thanks for the help anyway. So no pecos, you should try to figure this out for yourself. I think this is good. So I think it's good to write out something like this at first. So if user input symbol X, then player 2 symbol equals O, otherwise player 1 symbol equals X. So in general, you know that you're going to want a player 1 symbol somewhere, and let's say it starts out like X and player 2 symbol thus would start out as O. And then if player 1 says that they want X, then you're going to have the opposite of this. So you need to think of, how do I take an input? So take an input, like things to figure out. Take an input, compare against a character, so X or O, and then set correct characters. So these are what you need to figure out. And I would just break it down. So I think you have taking an input working. I think you know how to compare against characters, and then I think you know how to set correct ones too. It's just figuring out how to put those together the right way. Oh, I see, Hideo. I need a plugin for that. Okay. All right. Well. Hey, Galactic Flash. Say you have a project done mostly in Angular with the web services done in C#. Would it be a good idea to switch everything to one language? The path I was going is writing the web services with Node instead of C#. Just wondering your opinion. I don't think you need to write it all in one language. I think that can be helpful if you're reusing code, but in general, whatever you have running your back end and whatever's running your front end, the thin layer of communication between them, whatever your transport you use for that, is probably going to be understandable by any language. So for example, I'm sending JSON blobs back and forth. You can probably find a library for every single popular language that will parse a JSON blob and put it into some format that you can understand. And so it doesn't matter if your servers are using the same language as your client in that case. What matters is, how are you communicating between them? Does that make sense for you? So I think it's, at this point, it's just a preference thing. If you want to do it, then do it. But I think it's going to be a lot of work probably. And yeah, Pecos, my other suggestion is look into debugging if you can. That'll really help you figure out some of this stuff. So if you're using Eclipse or NetBeans or anything else to type in Java, it has a built-in debugger. Does your keyboard make a huge difference ergonomically, or should I look at other keyboards? I'm at a computer 10 plus hours a day. So it's hard for me to know if it made a difference because I didn't have any repetitive stress injuries to begin with, and I still don't have them. But I don't feel any strain on my hands or wrists, so like maybe it's working. Enough people swear by them where I suggest at least looking into it. And if you want to try out this particular keyboard, Arath, you can Check it out there. Okay, so we made a defense. Now we're going to attack it and we're going to beat it. So let's do this, and then we should immediately get back the extra values here. So response, yeah, check it out. So we can see that we went up 158 points and the defender actually went up 0.9 points. That is correct, despite that it doesn't sound like it should be. And that's the Glico system for you. So now let's go lose. Or not even necessarily lose. Actually, yeah, let's lose. So now this should not have anything extra in here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, and it didn't crash the server, though. That's the important part. And now it still won't have anything extra in there. And then finally, when we lose, it will have that our skill level went down by 41 points. And the defender's skill level went up by 150 points. It's pretty good. Pretty good. And thanks, Ramy. Just Saul says, how do you deal with this problem? If server breaks and turns back on, do you run server.js manually or add it to auto boot? So I use something called PM2. You can look this up. It stands for Process Manager 2, apparently. And what this does is if your program crashes, it'll just automatically restart the whole thing. Yeah, Arath, I can't necessarily recommend a bunch of different keyboards because I haven't used that many. But yeah, something like this looks good. Zit again, thanks for following. Okay, yeah, this looks good. So we will have the response when the game is done, just totally done. That'll be in there. Show match results. The match results should probably show you how much the skill level changed by. And how much their skill levels were to begin with. What if literally server that is stored... Wait, what? What if literally server that your web is stored on crashes? Oh, that. Oh. I use a cloud platform. I use Amazon Web Services. So if the server crashes that my computer is running on, then like it just restarts, and yeah, that would probably send me an email saying something like, hey, this thing restarted, and the sending an email is something that I wrote. So yeah, I tend to have, you should look up single point of failure, and you should always avoid having a single point of failure. And this is true for all of life, by the way, but especially for technology. So a single point of failure is like, hey, I have one database, and if that goes down, then my entire system goes down. Well, a way you can get around that is by just having two databases, for example. However, that has more overhead now of you have to make sure that you're reading from the right one or writing to the right one, or that there's replication happening where you expect. Then you need two servers online, so that means you're paying more money. But for the users of your service, then if one server crashes, they won't just experience an outage. So yeah, what I do is I have multiple servers, and I'm not even using them yet, but I have the ability to have multiple at least. And if one of them goes down that was a crucial server, then it'll send me an email. All right, see you, Ramy. So we just need to get these results over here. In fact, I think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save these as a brand new object, something like skill metrics or something like that. Yeah. So in here, we will return... We'll return all of these as skill metrics. There. That way it's contained in its own object. And that way over here, we may or may not have these. So skill metrics equals response.skill metrics. These will only exist if the game just ended. Cool. So when we say here's the game result and then here are the skill metrics. So skill metrics contains these things. So we need to store these in the UI so that we can show you them, and we also need to get them when we fetch a replay. So when you win, we're just gonna set match results skill metrics. We can just set it based on this data. What do you care about as an attacker? How much your ranks changed, right? So your rank went from X to Y. Well, attack initial skill is already saved for us, so we don't really need to put that there. But it is included, so I guess we could just... Darn it, I don't know what I feel here. I don't know if I want to do this or not. Let's use it. So skill metrics dot attack initial skill and skill metrics dot attack skill delta. So note we should already have attack initial skill inside with the my player reducer, I think. Yeah, inside my player reducer. But it's okay to use the definitely correct value from the account server. All right, and that's it. That's all we need to include. So now let's go use this. This is initial and then delta. So let's go into here. This is going to be attack initial skill, attack delta skill, set skill metrics. Let's say set match result skill metrics. All right, so then here we need to say, well, let's just use those same names. There. And we'll use the same names up here too, I suppose. Where is match stuff? Here it is. Okay. That is everything except for rendering it. So let's go render it. Here. To use balsamic mockups. So what you're seeing here is a balsamic mockup. Do I use it? I guess the answer is no. I don't really use any mockups. The guy who did this, the UX designer, yes, did use balsamic. I don't know if that's what he prefers. Like, that's what he did this Botland UX in, but yeah. If I were to do mockups for a website, yeah, I'd probably use something like this or some free thing like Ninja Mock. But I am not a UX designer. Okay, cool. So we just put this here. And then we render these. So here's what it says right now. It says, like, you beat blank, or you failed to beat blank. So now I guess it should say something like, your rating changed from blah to blah. Yeah, that's what we should say. Your attack rating changed from this.props attack initial skill to... How should I say this? Your rating went up 42 points to 1442. Your rating went down 42 points to 1442. I think I like that. Yeah, and this can either show in red or green. Okay, let's do that. So win or lose message, and then const rating change message. Props dot, not even that. I guess there's just like const initial rating equals this dot props dot attack initial skill. Const delta rating equals this dot props dot attack delta skill, and const final rating equals this dot props dot, no, initial plus delta. Now we're gonna need rounding in here too when we render these. So, well, to say delta rating greater than or equal to 0. Actually, you know what? No, let's do it this way. If delta rating is less than 0, then rating change message equals your rating went down rounded delta. Now if I say round to 1 decimal point, how exactly does that work? Or is that what I'm saying, I guess is what I'm asking here. So ld.round 4.123 comma 1. But if I round an integer, yeah, no, that works how I expect. Okay, good. So your rating went down, let's do it 2, I guess. Rating went down, rounded delta points to final rating. Else if delta rating equals 0, which should be impossible, rating change message equals, or you know what, let's do this. If your rounded score would show as 0, your rating did not change from final rating. Otherwise, we say your rating went up that many points. Okay, so then we can just print out rating change message. Now, eventually, we can put fancy colors and everything. What do you use to protect node servers from unauthorized requests? There are a couple of things there. One is the Amazon firewall. So I have this infrastructure. Yeah, here. So I have this infrastructure. The only thing that you as a player are interacting with is the load balancer in front of the account servers. So that's the only thing that gets user input from the user. There are other things that, like, this should sanitize all the user input. So this is the only public endpoint here. All of these are only accessible internally to Amazon. So I have a firewall set up to prevent it from ever being accessed outside of the 10.x IP address range pretty much. And actually, it's more sophisticated than that. Amazon has a pretty good system. So then what do I use to secure these? Well, nothing really. I put some rate limiting and I validate client input, and that's about all you can do. I mean, nothing's stopping you from, I guess, DDoSing these servers, except for Amazon. Whatever Amazon has on their load balancer, they probably have some crazy technology like hardware load balancers, which are super expensive. But what do I do for that? Like, nothing special. And then as far as validating requests go, it's something like if the client says something like, I want to buy 1,000 items or some crazy amount, the server's going to say, well, do you have the money for that? And not just trust that you're allowed to buy this. So that's validating input. You want to write a Twitch bot? Where do you get started? I think the first thing is pick what language you want to write it in. Then after that, find an API for that language that connects to Twitch chat or IRC, I guess. Or yeah, just extend an existing bot. Sparkle Frost, thanks for following. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to see if this worked. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, so we go restart the account server one more time. And let's try it out. So when we attack this player and we win, we should see our rating go up. And we should see that our rating went up. It's going to take a long time. There. Ah, that did not work. So where's the error? Oh, where is the error? Ah, here it is. Unexpected token on 804. Oh, I forgot a parenthesis. That's stupid. Hey, ND Gamer. Welcome back. There actually finally is a donate button now. Well, if you have bits, I guess there's a donate button. Otherwise, there's just a subscribe button. ND Gamer has been coming into the stream for the last 14 months and saying, "Where's the donate button? Where's the donate button?" And I've never actually had donations, but I did become a Twitch partner as of about a month and 10 days ago. All right, so let's try again. We're going to attack. And we should see the rating change. Nice. Except for that. That's not nice. I don't want all those decimal points. Fine. Rounded final rating equals round final rating 2. There we go. ND Gamer. It's not like you're going to sped this process up. Well, actually, I probably could have, but only to a certain extent. Okay, how's that? How's that working now? Oh, thanks, Digite. Thanks for the bits. Your rating went up 56.61 points to 1,071. Thank you, Douchebur, man. We need the cup now. I'm not going to do that, I think. I don't really want to encourage this any more than whatever's already happening in here. Maybe you had some funding from a donate button. You could have sped it all up. Yeah, maybe. How are things going for you, ND Gamer? We need a real life bit bucket. Oh, thank you, Bo Kerrigan. This happened last Monday. There was a bit war. I ended up getting a lot of money. It doesn't work from TC? I guess not. I don't know. Okay, well, this looks pretty good. So your rating went up. Let's try what happens when your rating goes down. Choosing your contract, looking for the next big thing. You don't want to continue to work for... Oh, wait. Oh, it's because of how Microsoft does contracts, right? Yeah. Your rating went down negative points. Okay, the negative should not show up there. So here it should be the absolute value of that. But this is... yeah, we can just do absolute value. Well, it's a good thing I tested that. So let's go try this again. So we're just going to purposely lose the game one more time. There. That still happened. How did that happen? Math.absolute value. Oh, whoops. Oh, I changed the wrong one. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Your rating went down 12.61 points to 985.24. Should it say what it used to be? I mean, yeah, you can just add those numbers and realize that it was about 998. But yeah, I think it just say from initial to final. So we say rounded initial rating equals from rounded initial rating to... Whoa, ND Gamer! You're the newest view bot. And one of the very few real life subscribers I know. Thanks for subbing. Oh, I know, Twitch Prime, so it didn't cost you anything. I don't even have to feel guilty. Well, here are all the emotes you can use now. So if you want to spam my face in other people's chats, you can now. No one else is going to type welcome? That's what you get when you already have Amazon Prime. All right, thanks. Thanks. Thanks, other subs. Now ND Gamer for Life feels welcomed. Just a minute too late. But otherwise, thank you guys. Alright, cool. So this is working. Now it tells you the full message too. So let's go try this out one more time. We'll just win the match because that's faster. And when I said faster, I meant slightly faster. Stupid missiles don't do any damage. Your rating went up 62.03 points from this to this. Yep, looks good. Let's put an exclamation point at the end. So went up. So when it goes down from a higher number to a lower number, should there still be an exclamation point? It's not nearly as exciting. Yeah, I won't put it on. All right, see you, Endoran. Thanks for participating. Thanks for making the Glicko command. And yeah, hi, Anar. The cannot changes because emails aren't used yet. When I didn't have that there, even though I still wasn't using emails, people were typing their real email addresses, and then it was just something I had to make sure not to leak on stream. So now, if I do something like this, I'm not even going to do this on the production database, but if I do select email address from users, there's nothing personal here. Oh, actually, I have even worse personal email addresses, don't I? Madeup.com. Well, yeah. They're not used. Okay, so this is done. This is done. This part is not done yet. I think that should be a separate commit. Or passwords. Passwords are never in plain text. Select password from users. Yeah. I mean, if there's a way to go from this to your plain text password, there are ways, but it's not easy. It's just brute force attempts. I entered my email anyway. What? That shouldn't even be possible. Did you... Actually, can you just inspect Element and get a new email address in there? Let me see if that's doable. How do I even set this? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Hey there. Well, Hashcat is some brute force program, right? I'm saying, like, if let's say we like shift characters right 1. So then A becomes B, D becomes E, and M becomes N. So Adam becomes Bebin. Anyway, this is the kind of thing that you can undo. But the password hashing is not something you undo. It's a one-way thing. So what Hashcat must be doing is just hashing other words and then seeing if they have the same hash as what you have outputted. But interesting. Alright, CND Gamer. Double click on disabled and remove it. Oh, I see. Did you actually put in your real email address? Because there's nothing stopping you from doing that. I'll have to take a look later. How do you store viewer points? I use something called Phantom Bot, and Phantom Bot saves it to SQLite database. Bevin 24642. Okay, let's check this in. And I don't know T-Blot. You'll have to figure it out. Also, I wonder how fast this would crack that password. Because then, yeah, I shouldn't be showing these on stream. It's your live overflow identity. Well, that's interesting. I wonder how many people did that. Probably you're the only one. Anyway, I accomplished what I set out to accomplish with this. This register, this wasn't supposed to be like a hard stop because eventually you should be able to type in your email addresses. But for the majority of people, they're not going to hack a client in order to leak information about themselves. 158,000 hashes per second. Yeah, but the thing is, the search space is not infinite, but practically infinite. But I guess it's going to, well, it all depends on what it starts with, right? If it starts with dictionary words, then it'll crack that password pretty fast because it's the word password. Is it good to hash a password multiple times using different technologies? I don't think it matters much more than just hashing it multiple times using the same technology. It might make it slightly harder for programs like Hashcat, but in general, I think what you're trying to prevent by hashing multiple times is rainbow tables. And I can't imagine there are many rainbow tables out there that use different technologies, hashes in them. It's really configurable. Yeah, but if you don't have any information about how someone... Anyway, whatever. I'm not going to get into all this. Let's check this in. Okay, so replays. Save information about how skill levels changed as a result of this match. This is the only place I'm saving this right now. I should probably save it in many places. I'm guessing in Database Wrapper I'm also saving to matches somewhere. Am I? Yes, I am. Okay, so this wouldn't be so hard to do if I eventually wanted to do it. Also, this probably shouldn't be here if there's any sort of... We should probably do this at the end. There. Glad Phantom Bot is still maintained. Because I complain about it a lot and I hope it eventually gets much better. Is it chickens? No, I haven't been using the password chickens too much. And again, these passwords, like password and chickens, I only use these when I'm typing something temporary on stream. So like localhost passwords, these don't matter at all. These could just be a single letter if I want them to be. And it's not like anyone can get in anyway. Even if they did, I don't lose anything. I have bigger things to worry about if they get into that system. What node modules are you using for the hashes? T-Blot, I could tell you this, and it actually probably should be obvious. Well, no, maybe you didn't see the code. But I want to see if you can figure this out. So this I should comment. Note, extra return params is at least used by save game results to return how much the skill levels changed by. Cool. What about this? Yep, looks good. Cool, cool. Yeah, cool. That's fine. And then this is the only thing I actually want to comment on. This is your initial skill for showing, your initial attacker skill rating for showing in the match results UI. This is how much attack initial skill changed by as a result of the newest, most recent match played. Live overflow. Oh wait, Pecos, did you say something extra? Yeah, so Pecos, I I think you should probably stop now because if you've been working for 8 hours, that's kind of a long time. And second, when you resume, I think you should try out debugging. Like 100%, that should be your next step. Because as in Java, as long as your code doesn't have syntax errors, you can debug it. If you have syntax errors, then Java, well, not Java, but whatever IDE you're using should tell you something like, it would tell you something for this line like, cannot find the printnl function. And you'd be like, oh, whoops, I meant to type print line. And so things like this, syntax errors, these should be really easy for you to fix. It's the logic errors that are sometimes much harder for people to find. And that's where debugging helps. So yeah, I suggest starting that way the next time. Can you imagine if someone did do their PhD thesis on that though? And then they're like, well, I did all this work. I might as well just release Botland as though I own it. That would be terrible. Show attack skill rating changes. When you win or lose a match, you'll now see a message about how many points your attacker's skill rose or fell. Cool. You on live coding? No, I'm not. Hi, Tia Pecos. And am I sitting or standing? I am standing right now. Bots.land. Okay, so show how much your defense skill rose or fell in the battle log. I think this should be pretty easy. Let's take a look. So we have did attacker win. We're also going to need to know how much did... Actually, everything, right? That's a good question. How about this? Let's back up for a second here. Let's go back to fetch battle log, which calls into this, which is over here, which we call into battle logs. Okay. So there's get battle log. Yep, got it. Attack estimated skill and defense estimated skill. This is for your user. So the replay brief information is what's got to contain the extra data, which it doesn't right now, but we will make it do that. There, done. Okay, so now we have all of that information, and it's already returned automatically all the way back to here. And now we get it in this, and we say replay entries equals replay info. And then set battle log entries. Yeah, okay, they're just objects. What Bearsoft? TRA. And live overflow, surprisingly, this very message, not the first part, because that's relatively new, but this message about the hands you're seeing on stream being from someone else, this has been brought up like 3 or 4 times already, actually. I think it's funny when something like this pops up multiple times. And talking while coding, I think, is just a helpful means of rubber duck debugging. Which is just stating your assumptions out loud as though you were talking to a rubber duck. But does it increase your focus? I don't think so. I will tell you this for sure. The stream definitely decreases my focus. And that's why I have all these very, very thoroughly written notes typed out here. Because I just come back and I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I was working on. Touch your nose with your left and then your right hand, then both to verify you're not keeping a slave. No, guys, I don't think I should do that right now. I don't really have a good reason for why not, but nah, it's not feasible with the current technology. I'll to pay them extra for that. All right, so in the battle log, we get this. So let's put a breakpoint here and just see what we've got there. It should be all the information we need. We're watching a pre-recording of the coding, and I'm just commenting while chatting. Everything is perfectly in sync too. That's how good I am at this. This farce. This 1,800-hour long farce. I'm really dedicated. Okay, so we logged in as the wrong player. That was a mistake. And now we logged in as a correct player. And there's still a problem. Well, that's too bad. Oh, right, no, there's no problem. I forgot to restart the account server. Whoopsie daisy. All right, let's redo this and refresh this and connect there. And now it works. It's alive. All right, nice. So now we just need to display this information in the UI. I honestly don't know what's best for this because this is not in the mockup. So now I'm helpless. I don't know where to put text. I'll just throw it on the screen somewhere. Do you also have a duck sitting on your desk? No, I still just have this pen/flashlight. I'm beginning in JavaScript. I have a big facility to learn this code. They know Java advanced program, but I see that I think also that what do you think is better? JavaScript or Java? I don't think one's better than the other, Bearsoft. I think it all depends on what you need to do and what you already know and what you want to work on. So for example, at one point I wanted to learn Node.js. So the next project I happened to work on, which was actually the prototype for this game, was in Node.js. The only way to learn Node.js is just to use it, right? So I did this project in that. Could Java have been better suited for it? Maybe. But that wasn't my desire at the time to learn that. Close your eyes and we'll see if the screen is still showing us live coding action. I mean, I could close my eyes for a time and still do decently well enough at coding, but at some point I'm going to need to use my mouse and click things in Botland. Okay. So we just, like I said, need to use this information in the UI. So in battle log entry, I actually got 4 different things in here. So let's put these here. So this is attack skill delta equals battle log entry dot bat. And then here we change this to def, this to def, and then these to initial skill. Cool. So now we have these 4 things that we should be able to use inside of battle log entry if only I could figure out how I want it to look. I don't know how I want it to look. So we just have these things, and I'm not sure what I should do with them exactly. What should I do? Let's take a look at the battle log so far. Maybe this will help us. So we see Adam defeated your defense. This is what's showing up now. And I have 4 pieces of information that I could choose to show here if I want to. So I could say something on the second line of like, your attack skill or your def skill went up or down delta points to final. No. From, oh God, this is going to be annoying. Initial to final, their attack skill went up or down. So I could say this is a lot of information to put in that battle log. The bot counter is a little buggy. Placing bots and pressing U at the same time. Let's take a look. Whoop, I gotta log in as the other player. Oh, I see. 3 bots place. That's not. Yeah, all right. I'll just write this down. All right, thanks, Bo Kerrigan. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. There's some weirdness going on. I'm not sure what yet exactly. So should I just spam a bunch of information here? This is what I think Live Overflow was saying earlier about, like, it's good debug information to have for right now, and then later we'll figure out how it should look. Which, by the way, if I shrink this page, does that scroll? No, it doesn't. I need to make that scrollable. Make battle log scrollable. Alright, well, let's just cram this stuff in here. So there's going to be, I guess, another div in here completely. Render new message. Oh yeah, that's right. And the selecting controls, where do those go? Beneath it all. Okay. Well, that's too bad. So this is going to be the def skill message, and then here it'll be the attack skill message. And we're going to need this. You recommend any book, or should I say YouTube videos? I would look into JavaScript for good parts. It's pretty helpful. It's for ESP. I don't want to do this. I just don't really feel like doing this. It's not that I don't think it's helpful, but it won't take very long either. It's mostly just using this code that I have here already. And this is why I should write a function to do this. I don't really want to do that either, because I'm pretty sure this is going to go away entirely at some point. Yeah, we're going to show this in a much more succinct way. So initial rating, initial attack rating. What is a more succinct way to do this? I can just say your def skill 1000 plus. That'd be kind of weird, right? Can you tell me which node module is used for password hashing? NPM is too much of a mess. I don't have a good way to look through the VODs. I mean, sure, but I know why you're doing this, and I probably shouldn't be telling you any of this. But it's password, salt, and hash. Where is that? Yeah, just start with C++, I think. Bearsoft. And yeah, I've seen this. This is the incredibly long article about, yeah, just including more JavaScript changes. All right, how do I want to show this? Your def skill. I don't want to write this out a million times. Let's just say get message, get skill change message. Your def skill 1034 plus 34. Yeah, maybe that's easiest. So we'd say something like this. Well, thanks, White Widow. Skill is now round this dot props dot def initial skill. Oh, it's not even that. Darn it. Rounded final def skill equals this dot props dot def initial skill plus it's annoying. There. It's good dog. Bear soft. That's good to hear. Always nice to hear someone appreciates it. Okay, so your defense skill is now, and we're going to show the rounded def final skill, and we'll say in parentheses how much it changed by. Const delta string delta def skill delta string equals this dot def skill delta is greater than 0. Rounded. Okay, yeah, this is annoying. Otherwise, that. Cool, so it is now this, and then we just put in the string. Perfect, so that's the message. Now we can get rid of all of this stuff, and then just do all the same things with attack. So we just copy paste this, we get rid of, no, we don't get rid of anything. And anywhere I see def, I replace it with attack. And everything should just work. Easy peasy. All right, let's go try it out. I don't think this is going to work. But hey, we'll have instant gratification if it does, because as soon as we log in, we'll see it. Wrong account. Somehow I managed to screw that part up. Oh, wow. Okay, so your defense skill is now 1,031. Oh, your attack skill. Their attack skill. Is this correct, though? Do we see this changing? So, like, my defense skill went down 13 points. So this should be 13 higher. This should be 22 higher, yeah. And then their attack skill should show the same kinds of changes. This went up. This went up. Yeah, okay. Hey, Echo. And so when you click this, what happens? You can see the replay. Yeah, okay. Hey, Marco. Nice, Echo. What was the issue? So this looks good for now. I don't like this for the final game because I feel like this is very verbose, and there should be a better way of showing this. Maybe like a little shield icon and just minus 13.6 or something. Oh, light switch in your game. Nice. Yeah, so let's just make this scrollable now. So this is all contained within this div, which if we scroll it out of the page, yeah, this has no max height. Battle log. We should just give it a height. But what height do we give it? If we say scroll here, this isn't going to be used unless we give it a height, right? So height of 500 pixels, yeah, then it'll scroll. But we need to know what this height is. And actually, we don't even need to overflow Y on there. What about displaying extra info only on the active entry? Like the play button? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But I'm just going to leave this for now, I think. Why every step you get 2 score changes shouldn't only be 1? You only get 1. But it says that their skill changed too. And this is just debug information. I don't think we're going to keep this in the game. I don't think you should know how much their score changed. But I think maybe knowing how much their score was when they beat you. Like if you log in and you all of a sudden see, oh, I was beaten by some really, really high level players. I don't know. We'll figure this out. I'm not going to worry about the UI too much yet. The only thing I am going to figure out is to make this scrollable. So we just need to figure out a height for this and we should be fine. Had a room with lights and a switch and you need to be able to walk over and turn on the lights on and off. Oh, nice. Nice. And yeah, he is using the Unreal Engine. So we just need to figure out a height for this. That's all. I mean, this shouldn't be that hard. Probably going to be that hard though. So this needs to know a height. Or is there some other way we can do this where we don't need to tell it a height? Can we just give it a height of like 100%? No, wait, yeah, you can. Well, you pretty much can. 100% seems wrong. Because you can't scroll all the way to the bottom of this now. We say 110%. It's not worried about it. Or what, no, 95%? I did it in the wrong direction. Yeah. I wonder if it's the padding that's screwing that up. It probably is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to set this to. Oh, wait, no. It's probably this thing that's screwing it up. The button's above it. Oh, that's not too bad then. So we can just say that it's like the remaining... Yeah, let's just say 90%. That's pretty good. Let's just stop there. So battle log. Height 90%. Done. Calc 100 VH minus 80 pixels, if you know the height of the header section. I don't, but that is actually an interesting thing to do. Oh, and your guess was actually pretty accurate. Because that looks almost perfect. How did you do that? You're a wizard. Box sizing, border box will fix your padding issues when using percent sizing, FYI. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think this was coming from these buttons, though, being used here. Because I think if I set this to just 50%, let's say, and I shrink this down to here, I don't know, it's hard to tell. Anyway, 90% for right now is fine. I think eventually yes, I should fix this. I'll write this down. You're doing this all day, pixel guessing. But yeah, thank you, Bo Kerrigan. It's a good dog. I'll write this stuff down. All right, got it. So now you're going to see a bunch of information when you log in. And even this stupid edit defense button. Probably should have made this even smaller, huh? How does this look over here? Yes, it's much smaller. It's also centered over there. So why don't we center this finally? It's about time, right? News scroller content. No, we're not going to center yet. I think this is probably fine for right now. If you want to click this stuff, you can just click it. This game is cookie clicker after all. All right, cool, Skidog. Thank you. I'll write this down too. Haven't seen the concept art yet? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can show that off in a sec. Let me try this out, though. I just want to see if 70% makes sense. Yeah, I think so. I think that's fine, right? Yeah, more or less. When it's smaller, it covers this up, but that's okay. We just need it to look good enough for right now. We'll worry about polish later. Giving out points like if you got a mod. Done and done and done. There, so all the database changes are done. These things need to be rewritten as skill. Cool, and then probably truncate all the replays that we have too, right? Yeah, so here is the UI mockup, starting from the very beginning. Please center it. I will eventually. We're going to do some UI changes this week, but I want to do the more important things. Oh, and Perry, nice. Thanks for subbing. The newest view bot. Number of view bots is going up. And yeah, bother. You can only use that. Center it, otherwise I'm unsubbing. I'll center it eventually. but thank you. So check it out. Here's a login page. I'm not going to show you all the whole like register, create account, all that stuff. We don't care about that. This is the main page that you saw. Edit defense. We've got different ways of picking bots. So there's this fly out window here that lets you see what a bot has on it. Actually, when you click it the first time, you just select which bots you have there. And Robin, thanks for following. Oh, nice. That's actually kind of surprising though, T-Blot. Too many bits in the hash, so it just won't accept it. Strange. And then the same thing, like when you're attacking someone, you can see a bunch of information about them. So yeah. Well, we're pretty good with the database changes. Did I check this in yet? Probably not. Nope. Let's go check it in. Okay, so show skill rating details in battle log. This UI is temporary. I think it's cluttered and is actually revealing too much information about your opponent. Which you shouldn't even be able to get this information. I think if you were able to, yeah, I'm gonna write this down for way later. Add to a to-do list later. You're currently able to get information about your opponent when you... I could type this over here so you guys can see it. You're currently able to get information about your opponent when you complete a match that you shouldn't be able to obtain, i.e. def, what's it called? Save game results. Whatever's an extra return params, which comes from here. This never ends. Def skill delta and def initial skill. Also, when you download your battle log, you get those ratings for attackers, which you also shouldn't have. Actually, no, let's just add this to the to-do list over here. There. It'd be nice to straighten it and stop resizing the window. Use the Chrome tools to adjust sizes. Yeah, I definitely need to do this. But not yet. Is any UI in the game not temporary? No, I think it's all temporary right now. Would it be better to make a new database connection for each channel I connect to, only online ones, or flow everything through my 2 single connections? I think you typically would have a connection pool, and this should be something that Connect handles for you if you're using Connects. Right? Pooling, here we go. Yeah, so if you're using Connects, you can just specify how many you want to have available. And I don't know how to tell you how to optimize this. If you're not using this and you're pooling connections yourself, I definitely suggest using some sort of query builder that does this for you. Oh yeah, the source lines of code. What's this up to? Yeah, it says approximately 34K. It's now closer to approximately 35K, but I'm going to be doing refactoring soon. So that's good enough, I think. Oh, your connection pool is full error a lot? Interesting. Do you run ads in your channel? I don't manually run them. I did for the first couple days of being a partner, and then I decided it was too much hassle for me. So I just stopped. Okay, yeah, we've done some pretty good work so far today. Now I want the pre-attack screen, and then I think the blueprint selector. So those will be the tasks for the rest of the day. The pre-attack screen I think is going to be pretty fast. Saw you linking to Hacker Noon. Which post was it? I think it was Live Overflow linking to that, and I think it was the JavaScript one, if it's what I'm thinking of. Hacker Noon. Yeah, it was. You can try loots. What? Hey, Fade. Yeah, I can make the bot invoke the commercial command. I just never set that up yet. But yeah, what's loots? Sponsored tips. Oh no, I'm not going to be doing something like this. If it's what I think it is. Yeah, no, I probably won't. But thank you, Hainar. Okay, so pre-attack screen. I think that's what's next. Let's write that on here. Did I actually write this there? Yeah, pre-attack screen. And then where's the blueprint selector? Yeah, this stuff. So these are some of the other UI changes I want to make. And towers, of course. I'd love to get towers really in the game. Right now, there's code for them in the game, but they're not really where they should be. Did I even write anything about towers here? Make sure you're not using more than you're allowed. Prevent them from placing towers. Prevent defender from placing towers while simulating. Prevent defender from placing too many towers. The day was really close to you. Wait, let me see. I don't even know the URL for this. I put it in the changelog. 1799, 1788. You guys are crazy. Crazy. There haven't been that many games played today. I think it's because I'm not really making big changes. Really, the changes are mostly like performance and little improvements. I think people are going to play once I make bigger changes, like balance changes, bigger UI changes. Let's see, who's the best defender? Avixator and then make TJ mod. Interesting. I think this is because of how many times Bother lost to make TJ mod. But yeah, the defense skills, the highest one is 1500, and then the next, there are only 3 1300s. As opposed to attack skills, the highest one is 1800. So there's many above 1300. This is the problem. Which I think, darn it, I don't know how we're going to do this later. I think we have to make it so that I wrote this down here. I think this is what we have to do. At low levels, I think attackers should be expected to have a 60% win ratio. At high levels, we should probably try to get it closer to 50%. It'll be very tough to try to tune the statistics so they match these numbers. Yeah. Yeah, Electric Tatsu. Okay, so pre-screen. Let's go figure out what we need on that. So we're going to close out of all of that stuff and all of that. So we're going to go to the attack button. And all it should show is this. So it shows their defense, but you're not actually able to place bots yet. It shows their defense, although you're not able to place bots. Well, I don't know. And it shows information about their defense. It shows information about them and their defense. Their defense rating, their attack rating. Their name. That's about it, really. Oh yeah, when they last updated. It's just one SQL query. I think I think balance is going to be pretty tough. And I think there are some, when it comes to balance, when, hang on, let me write something down really fast. Yeah, so when it comes to balance, I think that as long as you have something you can change, that you're okay. Because you can just change that thing. You need that ability, I think. So here's an example. We have a number of bots that corresponds to each defender level. And then there's also a number of attacker bots. So let's say we determine that at rank 3, attackers are winning too much. Then we just lower the number of attacker bots or raise the number of defender bots. And we have to get that to the point where the win ratio is what we expect it to be. So we have this value that we can change. That's good, definitely. If, let's say, something like this, we just don't allow them to have towers. All of a sudden, giving them towers is, I guess, another value you can change, but it's something that was intended to be 0 here. So it's something like, imagine if a weapon freezes an enemy or doesn't freeze an enemy. That's not really a value you can change very easily, and balance, you can't fine-tune it. But if you change it to a % chance to freeze the enemy, then that's something you can change all of a sudden. It's a long-winded way of just saying I needed to fine-tune botland, and I at least have the ability to do so. Wait, what? Hideo just... Yeah, whatever. You guys and your ratings. 1800. Alright, and there's also an attack and a cancel button. So right now when you go to attack someone, what happens? It shows you this. So instead, we would show you an overlay here that you would need to click through, and then there'd be an attack button. So as far as the game is concerned, you're not really able to place bots yet. You're in sort of the precursor mode. So maybe there should be a phase for that, of like pre-attack. So I guess first get the basic UI layout and transitions working. Maybe make a pre-attack game phase. When you first look at their defense, it doesn't let you place bots. Then you have an attack button. I think that's fine. I think since the defense shows on the left though, we need to show this UI on the right maybe. Or zoom out or something. Actually, now that I think about this, maybe I should take my break now, go get lunch, and then come back and work on this. Because the rest of the day is going to be this change. I think we'll be able to get this change done today. And I think we can spend tomorrow working on either the blueprint selector or towers, and then the rest of the week working on stabilizing code. And we should put this kind of up the list somewhere. I don't know if it's impossible to get to that level of attack. Also, you could fudge the results in such a way that it's doable. Think about this, and this is where win trading comes in, which you eventually won't be allowed to do. You can keep pressing the attack button until you find the person who you want to attack, who you want to boost their defense skill. So you go onto a second account, and you start boosting their defense skill, and then from your main account, you attack that person who has now a much higher defense skill. I think that's how you would game the system right now. And the reason that won't eventually work is because you can't cancel out of attacks in the future. But yeah, while it's possible, might as well exploit everything you can, right? Yeah, and I'll say if there's any time left on Monday, get bots to face the right direction. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this after lunch. So let's say where I left off is just planning the design of how the pre-attack screen will work. Oh yeah, no live overflow. I'm planning on 0 skips for people. So when you're looking at this screen, there's a cancel button here, but when you press it again, you'll be looking at exactly the same person you were looking at before. So it's not cancel like, hey, don't even let me play against this person. It's cancel like, oh, whoops, I forgot to go buy an item or something like that. Okay, now I'm ready. Now let's attack them. All right, yeah, lunchtime. So I'll be back in about half an hour. I'm gonna leave this screen up. I'm not actually gonna have that run for that long. I take that back. Let's put this for 35 minutes. And yeah, when I come back, I'll be back for probably about 2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours, something like that. All right, thanks for watching so far, guys. I will see you guys after lunch. Hey, yeah, live overflow. I fixed your account problem. Where's EJ when I need him? Where is EJ? Who knows? Yeah, Trillig, let's take a look. Promise was created but not returned from. Connect/bookshelf. Yeah, this. You're not returning this? Payload callback. Yeah, I would have thought it was because you weren't returning this. But you said that doesn't fix your problem? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure that Trillig. I would say look at example code if that's not helping. Because someone else must have run in this before too. That doesn't fix it. Yeah, but that is generally why this sort of thing happens though. So let's say I have a function foo and I say new promise or promise.resolve whatever dot then, and there's some stuff here and maybe a dot catch. It would usually complain that you should be returning this. That way you can chain your functions together. So that way you can call foo dot then and then some other function here. If you do things without a return, then this chaining won't work. It gives the warning on the fetch method. I mean, the other thing is, let's see. I would expect it to still be, man, it's too bad I can't just see this. But yeah, it definitely looks like this, you should return from here. I know you wrote that though, if you return new DB user. See, I'm chaining from the fetch into then. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This has happened to me too before, and it's sometimes confusing why this happens exactly. Because it looks like the rest of your promise is fine. You're not returning a promise from this function. That is a little bit strange, I think. I am returning done at the end. Yeah, I don't think that matters. I think what matters is that like this line equates to a promise, and that promise is not going anywhere. I'll take a loop and Blockly, convert it to JS. Oh yeah. I haven't done a lot of these things yet, live overflow. So if you make a while loop, I think while loops are not in the game yet. Yeah, this, what does it convert to? Oh, a for loop. No, so for loops are allowed in the game, although var is not. So that works. You just had to take the var off of Blockly. Is there a way to create a while loop in this? Because in loops, I don't see a while loop. But node type not allowed. Oh yeah, variable declaration. Yeah. It's just var that's not allowed. The reason why var is not allowed is that way all of your variables can be saved off and then used again later, which isn't even important any longer. Should I try to wrap everything in my callback as a promise? The thing is, that's already being done. You know what? You should try at first. Try just returning promise.resolve from payload callback. Yeah, the var. And by the way, remember you can hover over any line of code that's in red and you'll find out exactly what's wrong. Oh, I guess it says variable declaration. So, but yeah, you'd have to know that that's the var part of it, I guess. There's a lot of stuff that's just not allowed. And it might seem like it's arbitrary reasoning, but it's not. So you can't even make a new object. You can't call functions that don't exist. But if you go define them, you can call them. So if you just define a val, then you'll call it. That's totally fine. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can't do. So when you go to attack someone, you want to show their information. So here's where we'd start to show it. We'd have a UI that looks sort of like the match results. It would just be called the pre-attack screen, I guess. Or attack preview screen, something like that. Pre-attack screen, that's probably fine. And we need to set that it's showing. React component. And clicking outside of it. Because we don't want to show things like cancel and commence here yet. Or maybe we do. I don't know. I don't think this is really super important yet. Yeah, let's just do things the way I had them. So match results will make a pre-attack.js. We'll call this pre-attack. This is the UI that shows up before you attack someone. So we don't really need any of this render stuff. Styles.preattack. Sure. Also, match results is tabbed in too far, isn't it? Yes, it is. So we'll just say pre-attack screen here. Cool. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Nice. The in-game UI, just like how it uses match results, needs to use pre-attack. Render match results. Render pre-attack screen. Still didn't fix it. This is killing me. What's the error when you do that, though? So render pre-attack screen will go down here. Render pre-attack screen. Cool. So if it's not showing, we're going to do something similar to this at least. Except for this will be commented out for right now. And this will be a pre-attack screen. And we'll get rid of all of this stuff. And so all we should see right now is this. But we don't have the style yet. So let's go to matchResults.less and say this is pre-attack.less. Cool. And then open up all.less. And put pre-attack here. Did it like that. The entirety of payload callback with just promise not resolved. Okay. So let's go take a look. Oh, we need something to show this too. So I guess let's do this. Set match result is showing. Set pre-attack screen is showing. Set match result is showing. That's here. So that needs to be called from somewhere. And then finally this is pre-attack screen is showing. Great. Cool. So now when you go to attack somebody, there is the, what is it, the join game UI? I guess that's what's going to show this. This dot, no, it could just be this way, right? And then over here, we just type this in. All right, well, that was annoying. This is the boilerplate of React and Redux. Wait, what, Ultraleague? And yeah, had a good lunch? I did, yeah. Did you get a late snack, Hideo? So I don't know if you're responding to EJ or not. If I just replace everything, it stops the request. Yeah, but it doesn't. Because, yeah, this is what EJ is suggesting is what I was going to try to get you to do eventually. I don't understand why it would be considered any different, though. But it's worth a shot at least. Okay, so let's try this. When we go to attack somebody, we see the pre-attack screen. And then something needs to set this to go away. I guess clicking really anywhere on the screen. React.js. I think there's a mouse outside. I'm pretty sure someone made a thing for this. Aha, here it is. On click outside mix in for React components. Did you fix live overflow issue? Yeah, I did. Yeah. I actually, so when I'm eating lunch, I usually step back into this room and see what the ETA is. That way I don't go over it. And at like the 18-minute mark or something remaining, I happen to see that. So as soon as I came back, I just validated all the accounts. Really, this is the kind of thing that until I have emailing in the game, I should probably just get rid of that check entirely. I'll write it down at least. Until I have emails being sent out for real, I should remove the validating accounts. Okay, so this looks good. How does this work now? On click outside React. Error sounds fine. I'm going to use a custom event handler, specify the function. That's also fine. What? Due to class syntax making mix-ins essentially impossible, and the fact that HOC wrapping works perfectly fine in the S5 and older versions. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty good. This seems like a good package, does what it needs to do. I want to try it out. I just wonder, so here's what I'm thinking, like when you click over here, for example, it shouldn't put things down while the pre-attack screen is showing. And I don't know what I want the pre-attack screen to show exactly yet. But for example, if you click outside here, I don't think it should handle that button yet. Let's take a look. I'm going to install this thing anyway. Let's figure out how it works. So let's take this into the client. Done. Now let's use it. So on click outside, this will come into pre-attack. And when we enhance it, I guess we do things this way. And then we need a function handler for it. Handle click outside. Yeah, so let's do this. Window.alert. Clicked outside. Okay, let's try that. I don't know what this is going to do. Can you disable the arena from the state, for example? So basically you could do that for the score screen and maybe also the drawer. I'm not totally sure what you mean. But let me try this out and see what happens here. So when I click over here, it says clicked outside. When I click over here, it says clicked outside. That is exactly what I want. Well, that's pretty amazing. So all we need to do is say this.props.onClose. Done. Now we just specify what the close thing is. So in ingame.js, I guess that's here. OnClose equals this.bound ingame actions dot set pre-attached screen false. There, easy peasy. Yeah, that's really simple. Let's see if it works. So we click attack. You click anywhere else around here and it just closes out of it. It also does the thing that would have happened by you clicking outside of there. So I guess if you click attack and you click cancel, yeah, first it closes. Okay, I see what happened. That's kind of weird. So you click and then you can drag if you want, but if you let go finally. Got it. Well, that's not bad. I think that's pretty much fine. We can put a close button directly on here. T-Plot. Alright, so let's take a look at this. What stats would be useful / fun to show here? I mean, I think we're going to show their name and their ranks and their, like, I don't know, we could put a button on top of this whole thing. Oh, let's go figure that out. So this.props.onClose, class name, I don't know if I care about that right now. Press attack button and then there's a let's do that. No, let's just leave that there. Fine. So commence attack and whatever else. Let's see what this looks like. EJ. That's mean. Okay, well that looks super weird. What's the symbol next to botcoin on the UI mockup supposed to be? Wait. It's that. Good thing I know the alt code for it. I just don't know what it is. Oh, I never checked this in. Oh, darn it. Why? Man, why do I just leave this dialogue like this? Okay, there, commit. I don't care. There. Now, hopefully you didn't commit anything else. Woo. Nice. Got it. Okay, well, this commit already is, I think, pretty much fine. So now we have the basic UI. If you click this button, you can start attacking them. No, EJ, I didn't take it as an insult anyway. I would just ban you if I took anything as an insult and not give you any chance to say why you did something or really just stop talking to you the rest of my life. That's pretty much how it would go. Okay, so I did this. I did this. It shows their defense, that's done. It shows information about them. So it does not show this stuff right now. These three things, you don't even have these three things. Well, that's too bad. So let's go figure it out. Find opponent returns just defense. Yeah, that's a problem. But find opponent is only ever called from here. So let's just make it return more than the defense. Find opponent. Oh, what did I call this? Find match for user. Okay, fine. So we eventually return the defense. So let's do it this way. There's the serialized defense. That's fine. We also want to return a lot more information about them. So where do we do that? Opponent details. That sounds like a good place to do this. So what do we want to send? Their defense and attack ratings, their name. We have their name, right? Where else would we get that from? I guess inside of there. What a silly way of doing things. Unban ban. Honey sticks are so 2015. I've moved on to honey spheres. Just globs of honey. Yeah, I think we need to refactor this. So find match for user on the account server is returning a lot of data inside of serialized defense that it shouldn't be. That should just be in another object entirely. Although, if I were to piggyback off of this model, let's take a look. Oh, whoops. That's why. It's get defense's fault. I knew it. Yeah, this is the problem. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, that's where all this stuff is happening. Okay, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And I think the pre-attack screen should show anytime you go into the attack. And so it should always fetch this information, which it might not even have. So we would have needed to have this somewhere. I don't know where. There's something kind of weird that can happen here, which is, well, never mind. It's a very weird race condition with banning someone, that it could force someone else to get stuck in this limbo state. Yeah, I'm still not sure how I want to do this. Okay, let's do it this way. So the return object where we're going to start to collect some of this information up, we'll do this. Serialized defense equals now we also want to return some details about that particular user. So what do we want to get from them? All right, their skill, this, we don't care if they're a valid defender. We want to get, what else? Their name, which I guess we already have, when they last updated their defense. So name, last defense update. Let's get all those things. The user ID is going to be the defending user, so it's really opponent ID. Opponent details. ID, name, whatever else. We just put all the stuff in there. That's fine. Valley, thanks for following. So return object dot opponent details. Yeah, so we want to save that in there. Okay. Whoops. There. Then we want to fetch all of this for the opponent ID, columns to select. And finally, we're going to get opponent full details. Okay, so now we just cram these things into here. It shouldn't be too bad. So dot attack estimated skill equals defense estimated skill name, and finally last defense update. Okay, that was tedious. Let's try this out. Let's see if this actually returns what I expect it to. So this won't be defense any longer. This will be something like opponent and defense. Cool, cool, there. Let's go try it out. All right. The account server's offline. No, it is not. All right, do we have it? Do we have it? Nope. Okay, all that work for nothing. Well, how do we fix this? I did restart this, right? I did. I don't think that did anything. I also think that this returns twice. That's probably why this thing happens. Yeah, but why is that? Must be that this doesn't exist. Let's try that out. Should at least tell us what's going wrong. Attack estimated skill, defense estimated skill, name, last defense update. That's all correct. Okay, let's go down to this and take a look at... Wait, did I rename something that I shouldn't have renamed? Serialized defense. No, return object dot serialized defense. No, I don't know what happened. Return object is this. So does this contain everything I want it to? Serialized defense, yes. Opponent details, yes. And we have the ID, everything else. Yeah, that's all good. Oh, well, I don't know why this is failing. I don't know how it's possible that I did not get that same data on this side. It must be that find opponent. Oh, I know what's going on. This is what's going on. Body.serialized defense. There. Okay, cool. Let's try it. It should be working now. So, yep. Now we got all their information. Cool. So all I need to do is put this into Redux, and then I think we should be done with this. Well, then display it from Redux, of course, too. So const opponent details equals opponent and defense dot opponent details. And this is what's going to show on the pre-attack screen. We already have their name. So we don't need their name a second time. And what else is in that object? Attack estimated skill, def estimated skill, last defense update. Yeah, this stuff we don't have. Store.dispatch, workbench, no, in-game actions dot set pre-attack screen details. Def and last defense update. Okay, cool. So let's go get that. Set pre-attack screen details. This takes in these three things. Cool. This is just working right through this. And we're almost done. There. So these are what'll get stored over here. There's already attack initial skill. This is yours, right? So we'll just preface all this with opponent. Or maybe this should be saved in opponent details. Did attacker win? Opponent name. Yeah, it's already there. And set opponent name is probably only called from a single place. So we'll just say here, refactor the code so that opponent name flows through the same place as the rest of the detail. Okay. There. Okay. Now we just display this on the pre-attack screen. And it should look as close to this as we can get it, but we really don't have a lot of information there. So I guess we'll just get rid of this. Oh, also this needs to be passed in, right? So anything that's on props. And I guess also opponent name. Yeah, now we just pass in these four things and then render them. Cool. And the rendering part. Okay, this is gonna look really bad. I'm still gonna just do things this way anyway. For right now at least. So let's see how that looks. This will probably render the time as a string. That's not intended. We'll have to fix that. But we'll try this out. Cool, yeah, and it did render the time as a string. So we just need to format this as const defense last defense update. Last defense update equals new date this. Yeah. This should probably be a like time ago kind of thing. In fact, let's search for this. Nice. And nice. We got both of these things. Perfect. Okay, so let's print out these things. We'll say name, attack rating, defense rating, and last defense last updated. This should be a time ago, which we get from here. time ago. And we just make it here. Date to render, perfect. Sure, Glowing Soul, what's up? Okay, so there. This should tell us everything we want to know about this user now. Almost did it. Okay, this should tell us everything we need to know about that user now. So close. All right, it's called what exactly? Opponent last defense update. There we go. Form data gets sent to PHP file. Can I send variables of that are not in the form? Yeah, you can. What's this bpaste? Huh. Okay, so name, we're playing against Adam 2, which if we zoom in here, we can see that. Their attack rating is 700. Their defense rating is 1,031. Like, I think this is kind of fine. We can show... Okay, so first of all, their attack rating doesn't matter at all to you. Well, it doesn't matter for the sake of this game. They could be the best attacker in the game and the worst attacker. I think it's just flavor stats. I don't know how to render this either. The way that this mock-up works was there was a meter that filled up and you could kind of see where you were. So that's what these yellow bars are supposed to indicate, is like, hey, here's where you are and here's where they are. Here's where you are and here's where they are. I think I'm just going to show you numbers for it. Excuse me. Yeah, let's do that. So over here, we at some point get your attack skill and defense skill. Your attack skill, this.props.myplayerreducer.attack skill, and then your defense skill. Okay, cool. So how do we want to show these now? Here's what we have so far, and I want to show you your attack rating and your defense rating. Too bad I can't copy paste this stuff because I got rid of that. Whatever, let's just try this. Body, overflow hidden, margin, user select none, get rid of that. We still can't select this. I have user select none on probably everything. Oh, WebKit user select none. There we go. Hey, River. Drat, it didn't work. Oh well. Well, let's just I'll just write this here. So here's what we have. We have name, Adam, attack rating, let's say 500, defense rating, and defense last updated 2 hours ago. Cool, so here's what's showing now. And whatever, these things can be different. I think what we want to show you, their defense rating is what matters the most. And it's matched against your attack rating. But I don't think that's going to be obvious to users. So defense rating. We could say yours in parentheses if we want. Yours could be like wildly different from theirs though. And then... I don't know how we want want to show this. So these two numbers here and here are what should almost always be very close. We don't have, like, I don't know how to explain that to users in this UI of like your attack rating is what's matched against their defense rating. I want to show you all the values anyway, but if I don't show you this diagonal, it's not going to make sense of why you got paired up against them. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think for right now, we'll just not worry about it. So their defense rating. Oops, let's do it this way. This dot props dot your defense skill. And you just have arrows in the UI that point diagonally? Yeah, I don't know. This is why I don't really want to worry about it just yet. I will eventually clean this up, and thankfully cleaning this up shouldn't be too bad since I already have everything else showing here. Like, I have all the information here at least. Now, attack skill is trying to be used, but it can't be found. It's here. My player reducer should have it. Oh, it's called my player state, not my player reducer. Yeah, that should fix this. All right, let's try that out. Yeah, so interesting. Huh. My attack rating actually is close to their defense rating. That's pretty good. Yeah, I have no idea how I'm going to render this information. So let's just leave it at this for now. And instead of writing name, we'll say you will be attacking span. Now this span should have, let's just say style, color, blue. Their defense rating, their attack rating. Defense last updated. So then you click attack and you mount your attack against them. Whoops, that was a bad attack. Okay, let's fix that. Yeah, and then when you win, you defeated Adam too. Your rating went up 40 points from that to that, yeah. Sure, whatever. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna do this. All right, well, there we have it. So now you will see this information. Let's go log in as Adam3 and kind of just test this out. We'll make a new defense. So our defense is going to have, I don't know, artillery and missiles and regen. We're going to just put some bots down. Perfect. Save. Great. Rename, cancel, and done. Yeah, that's something small I should do eventually. You will be attacking Adam 3. Their defense rating is 700. Yours is 1137. Defense last updated 13 seconds ago. Yeah. So I click attack. And now I can go try to beat them. Okay. I have not done very well so far. But there I did. Okay, cool. So now I beat them and I can see how much my rating changes by. Your rating went up 32 points from 1137 to 1170. Now they're going to log in and they're going to see that my defense skill actually went up 24 points from that, even though I lost. And that's kind of strange, which is why we're probably going to need to hide this from you at some point. We can also see how their attack rating changed. Is that true? It went up 33 points? Well, whatever. And we can replay it. So yeah, this is already pretty good. I think just adding even these couple little bits of UI is like, hey, now you're not going to be confused when you play against somebody of what happened, why did it happen. So I like that. And I don't know, T-Blot. Okay, so unexpected console statement, yep. And underscore department never used, yep. How does their skill level go up on a loss? So to clarify this, because other people are probably wondering, you have a skill level of, let's say, 1500 when you start with, and you have a deviation of 200. So your skill estimate is deviation minus 4 times skill level. So your skill estimate starts at 700, meaning we're pretty sure you're at least at that skill level. When you lose your first game, your rating will drop from 1500 to something like, I don't know, 1480, but your deviation will also drop. And that's multiplied by 4 to get your estimated skill. So what's happening is your rating is lowering, but so is the range that we think your rating is. So your rating getting lowered is shifting your entire range to the side, but then your range is shrinking, and so the lower bound is actually higher than what it used to be. All right, see you, Atroleg. And good luck with the interview. Okay. So let's check this in. Yeah, that's fine. New bot script is pretty rad. Can you show it to me? Cool. So I gotta go comment on these. Always hear you referring to armor in Botland, but I don't see it anywhere. So from the main page of Botland, click store, and then you need to buy armor. So there's actually a bunch of stuff you probably just never bought. This is gonna open up your eyes to the true world of Botland. All right, let's check out antimatter tape script. So artillery, then sensors, then repair ally. Okay. Huh. Just moves my bots in a spiral around the CPU. Oh, this is your defense script. Oh, let's check it out then. Okay, here, we'll just copy paste your strategy. Literally copy paste it. We'll go to edit my defense. And let's give my bots this same script. There, create and update, and now we hit test. Neat. I like it. They have artillery, regen, and thrusters. I don't know about that choice of thrusters. Whoa, what just happened there? Okay, that was super glitchy. Bot is freaking out over here. I gotta figure out what's happening. Alright, let's save the defense and we can... You can write this down. So bug, bots are stuttering still. Put artillery 3, thrusters 3, regen 1 bots in a triangle shape around the right side of your CPU with this script. Then 2 is test your defense. You kids like cat emotes. Okay, so I just wanted to comment this. The last time your opponent updated their defense. What is armor in botland? I don't see it in the things. So this is finally the time to link this in. Click hardware over here and then click armor. All it does is reduce the damage taken. So armor is one of the very few passives in the game. There's armor, there's thrusters, and there's regen, and I think that's it as far as passives go. Yeah, regen. Are thrusters even on here? Yeah, they're there. Yeah, so those 3 are passive. Every single other thing has a terminator associated with it. It doesn't accept that code. Okay. Cool. Cool and cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, so create pre-attack screen UI. This UI shows what? The defender's name, skill ratings, and the time that they last updated their defense. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, well, there is time left, so I guess I'm going to do this. And then I should probably work on getting ready for the deploy tomorrow. So upgrade the game server's node version, because that's going to be pretty annoying. Upgrade the game server's node version to get ready for the deploy tomorrow. Okay, so get bots to face the right direction. This has been a problem for the last, I don't even know how long. In fact, was it a problem over here too? Yes, it was. So since I started the game, bots on both teams have always been facing the same direction. We are about to fix that. And ideally, this shouldn't take a very long time, but I have a feeling it will. So render, actually, you know what? When we do create bot, so if I just did this, does that fix anything? No. Because these are off by an entire tile now. Also, the scale was applied in both directions. What I meant to do was this. But I have a feeling it's still going to flip it by an entire tile, which is problematic. Yeah. So now we just need to realign it. Well, and also only do this for the defender, because now when we test this out... Whoa. Yeah. How do we fix this? So when we compose the bot image, maybe we could change it there, because that's where we get the offset. What if we said negative here? Would that work? They do look in the correct direction. They're just in the wrong position now. No, that doesn't work. So how do we fix this? Let's how would we do this? So I think when we're composing the bot, which how frequently do we call this function? In 2, 3 places. That's not bad. Translate, scale, untranslate. Yeah. Well, and so the thing is, I'm producing a bot image that I think I've got to take a look at this. Let's just look at the cosmetics combiner. Does that even load on my hard drive anymore? I do not remember how to get this thing to run. So let's just try running the run command. Probably need the watch command first. This is the code. Where does this get transpiled? I think this is because this is use strict, that it doesn't know the document exists. Wait, are you including me in that, EJ? Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm doing something. Yeah, Bearsoft, I'm not too sure about this. Maybe how you transpile your code. Hopefully chat can help you out. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so we are building it here, and now we need to run it here. Now you went through 5. To be fair, that is a large part of Twitch. Hey, Oddfart. Dropbox OAuth. Set Dropbox. What? Darn it, hang on a second. Set pusher env. No, I remember how this is supposed to work. I gotta do this off screen for a second. Hang on a sec, guys. Okay, listening on port 4000. So localhost 4000. And does it work? Yes. So all we want to do here is fix this function, I think, so that it reverses everything. We don't have a scale here, do we? But we should. How would I do this? I do position.set. So let's just look at Pixie.js. Okay, let's take a look at the documentation. And we look at Sprite. Sprite has a scale, also has a rotation. So we can just say scale. Let's try this out. In fact, let's just try this for the torso. Torso container dot scale dot set -1 1. Let's see what that does. So now the torso is reversed. And I guess it's because I had translated it first. Yeah, okay, that is what happened. torso container shouldn't even have any position yet, though. Oh, the document didn't exist yet? Oh, yeah. When you're using WebGL, then you could reverse the UV coordinate in the fragment shader. I don't want to do this through shaders because I don't think the shaders have been very efficient so far. I recognize that that should be an incredibly simple process in a shader. Keep getting paired with Pecos in matchmaking and it doesn't change. Without me looking into the database, so TJ, have you actually finished a game against Pecos? Because it's possible that that's the last person you're able to play against. In which case, that's working as intended. Or what am I doing here? What am I doing here? let's do this. So if I just change the color of this, oh, it's already broken in. Okay, good. So let's take a look. Torso container's position should be 0, 0. Yep. So if I scale it, oh, does that work? Haven't finished because I know I'm going to lose. It's happened 4 or 5 times now. Oh, yeah. There's going to be no way to find a new match in the future. Then my attack rank goes down a ton. Yeah, but DJ, what does it matter? I find it funny how competitive people have gotten with how little there is in the game so far. He's the final boss. You got to beat him. I mean, how hard is his defense? And T-Blot, where are you getting type error illegal invocation? You have all the code snippets in JS saved anywhere? No, antimatter tape. I don't think so. Why? Do you need them all now? Because I was going to say one easy way to get them is just make a brand new script, take whatever snippets you want. In fact, you could even take all of them. Just take all of them and then hit convert to JS, and you can just copy paste out this block, and then I accidentally put 2 blocks together. This block. Yeah. Adam, I've spent as much time on Botland already as I have on Battlefield 1. The attack rating is everything. And antimatter tape, I know this is a really bad way of doing things for right now. And yeah, eventually I plan on making it better. But I don't have an easier way for you to do it right now. I'm sorry. So let's just try this with everything. Position.set. And then leg container. If this works, then this should be a pretty simple fix. Although I don't know if this is the best way to do this. Alright, let's try it out now. No, that did not work. I mean, it's combining the boss just fine, but it's doing some weird offsets here. Yeah, like I want these to always still be centered. Alright, let's just think about this for a bit. Oh, whoops. No, never mind. I screwed this up, didn't I? Maybe that was what was wrong? Wait, did that update? Okay, so it's working for most of them. And then it's screwing up for some of them. Did I do this wrong? Head, leg, torso. I'm doing something really, really basic and silly here, apparently. Let me think about this then. So the head container, how do we scale this thing? We don't. We just make a new container. And then eventually what we do is we add... No, what? Where is this? Oh yeah, we add the sprite to here. So it's not the container that we should be doing this to. It's the sprite we should be doing this to. So let's do this. There. Is that gonna work? Oh no, that's terrible. Also, are they moving? Oh man, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Set position to 0, 0, scale by -1 on X, and then offset. The thing is, their position starts at 0, 0. And I'm not even setting the position of these sprites, right? Colorize head sprite, yeah. I'm kind of surprised I can't just do this. Like, in general, yes, I understand what you're talking about here. And this is how I would do things. But trying to figure out how Pixie's doing it and then undo what they're doing, that's the part I'm struggling with right now. Okay, how about this? Let's just get this working the way it used to. But we'll just reverse the head. What have I done? Okay, so there we go. And now we just want to flip it in place. So let's just figure it out with this. So if we set this scale first and then do it, I don't think this should have an impact. No, that's not what I want. Unless I then have to translate it the width of its head. Colorize head sprite dot width. Let's try that out. Are variables automatically set to 0 when they're accessed before being defined? In botland? What is going on? I meant to do negative here. Oh, that kind of works, right? That looks pretty silly. So what if I do this with all of them now in botland? No, they're not set to anything. So is this going to even be correct? Because I have no idea right now. Let's try it. And wait, EJ, you also have the newest version? Because in the newest version, performance should be much better. Oh yeah, this is just broken. This is just horribly broken. Yeah, I guess I was wrong about this. All right, let's take a step back and just think, how is it doing this? Maybe their documentation says scale factor. Do they have their source code here somewhere? Pixie.point. That's not what I want. Where's the source code to this? Here it is. Nope, that didn't work. Oh my god, what's going on? Got it. Okay, so what is scale? Setting this will actually modify the scale to achieve the value set. The height, that'll also change the scale. Scale mode. Scale modes. No, that's not right. So we can't just invert this thing. Transform. Please do not use unless you know what you're doing. Okay, I won't do that. Pivot. No, I don't need that. Yeah, I would expect this to just be scale that I'd have to use here. And I think in general that's correct, but then I need to figure out the new positions. What did you do? It's buttery smooth now? Wait, you were using an old version the whole time? Oh man. Yeah, that old version. I don't even want to tell you what I was doing. All right, good, Bearsoft. This is literally the whole code of the dependency you add to your code. What is this? This is actually pretty nice to have. So the exist function that I use is just something I wrote. So when you call exists, you're actually calling into a function I wrote called util.exist, which really just looks like this. Function exists val, return val not equal to null. So it is pretty much the same. Wait, really? You did a redraw every frame? It's not even that. It's worse than that. So I was creating a rectangle for every tile that I needed to draw red, and then I was destroying it every single frame. So, because I just want to get something working really fast, and it's fine on my computer. So I'm like, oh, it must be fine on everyone's. Oh yeah, that's been fixed. Four game developers are just talking to their chat. One game developer is committing programming sins. Oh man, I feel pretty burnt out right now, but I want to get this thing working. I'm just not sure at all how to do it. It looks like the foot piece is always correct. I guess these other ones are based on the foot piece. So maybe there is some positioning that I'm doing wrong here. No, Lab Overflow. I'm using some dependencies that are probably pretty simple for me to use, for me to just write myself. Where are they? Not Lodash. I refuse to say the Lodash is an easy to write thing. I think Lodash is amazing. But no, these are all actually pretty intense. I wouldn't want to write any of these myself. Other than maybe color. I don't even know what I'm using color for. That should probably be a dev dependency. Probably some silly reason why I'm doing that. No, yeah, never mind. Maybe all these are pretty important. Glico 2 light, I guess I could have written myself. Oh well. Can't set the properties and after add, first add element and after set properties. Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha. Thanks, Bearsoft. Why did your bot suck, TJ? Is this the setup to a joke? So I'm just never going to figure this out. I'm going to spend like the next hour just staring at this code, not doing anything. I think I gave up. Let's see. So these are not relative to each other, but then adding them all in this container, I'm not sure how this is being built up and what I can really do differently here. I guess, like I said, the leg sprites are pretty much fine all the time. And then this is an example of something that's bad. But the majority of the time it looks like just the wasp is screwed up. No, even this is screwed up too. Because it's rotating. I don't know. We need some way to yeah, actually we need some way to do this. Let's do things this way. So let's get the code we used to have. Diff current. Actually, not even that way. Let's do it this way. Let's get the code that we used to have. So we take all of this and we will just say if global.reflect equals true, then try out this code. Otherwise, do this code. Cool. So now it's going to be facing to the right by default. Everything works totally fine. And then when I set reflect equal true, then it flips everything around. And so I can just say reflect equals not reflect. Or not reflect is what I want. Yeah, there. Okay, so you can see that all it's doing is it's rotating them all in line. That's actually exactly what I was trying to do. I just didn't realize that that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, you had missiles, but the script never used them? Yeah. I have an attack level of 1500. Do I win? Check this out. So click this, order by attack rank here. And you can see that you are in what I call the scrub tier of botland. You're rank number like 9, and nobody cares about anyone past rank 8. I mean, really, like, wherever I am, that's what matters. Why not? Because I want to toggle reflect, but the problem is that reflect starts out as undefined, and not undefined is... Oh, it's actually true. Never mind. Then, yeah, that would have worked. Anyway, I was doing not to turn undefined into a Boolean of false, and then not false to turn it into true. So not undefined is true. I thought not undefined was... Anyway, doesn't matter. So we don't need to do that. Yeah, so what I need to do is these connection points are going to change. I guess that's the part that's going to be... It's going to be difficult. So we can just invert the foot. Then any piece that was based on the foot, that's what needs to be different. So it's this stuff, really. So build up the bot based on the leg piece. So torso x equals leg plus expert.jx. So the only way for this to work is for us to know what the maximum is so that we know how we can invert it. I don't think this is going to be easy. Almoid, this is JavaScript. JavaScript. All right, let me see. So I need to move. We should take a look at something easier to understand here. Actually, a lot of these just look fine by default because they're not asymmetrical. But then something like this looks totally broken. So this, for example, this should be right here. Let's figure this out. See, if I knew what the center axis was, I could just invert around that. I'm trying to figure out how I can do this without knowing that. I don't know, I should just do this later. Let's try something. Like sprite data.jx minus torso sprite data.jx. So it's this offset that we need. And yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I don't think I'm going to make any progress with this. I don't think you guys want to watch me just stare at this for an hour. So I think I should give up on this for now and come back to it later. Alright, bear soft. So, actually no, I kind of want to take another stab at this. Because some of these look fine. But that's only because... Oh, because they were centered to begin with. That's why. In fact, what is this? The leg piece has arena X set to 172. And then... Oh, yeah. Oh man, there's a glitch. Hang on, EJ needs to be in the scrub tier. Sorry guys, every once in a while the database breaks. Let's go fix this. I'll do this off screen for a sec. There we go. Alright, so here we are. Let's do update. Let's first figure out ID name from users. So where's EJ? There's 127. So update users set attack estimated skill equals 0, where ID equals 127. Okay, let's go take a look at that and make sure that got fixed. Yep. Yep. He's gone. He should be all the way at the bottom now. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Screenshot it before you could alter it. What are you talking about, alter it? I was fixing a bug, EJ. And I really don't appreciate that you try to exploit botland rankings to get ahead. Alright, you're in the dumpster tier, okay? Okay? See this? Skill equals 0? Anyway, it should be... This is a computed stat, so it shouldn't have actually modified anything in the database for you. In fact, I don't even know if I... Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's take a look at some things today. So we have the botland code somewhere to figure out. Where is it? Here. Let's see who played a bunch of games today. So Hideo played 234. Bo Kerrigan was at 78. Peter is at 64. Bador, Age Monkey. Wow. Lots of games. How many did I play? Where am I on this list? There I am. I played 3 games. Honestly, you should just ban him, make it easy. Did I really break your account? Because the error is not necessarily related to that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to ignore what I was just talking about over here. We're going to go update the node version on game servers. So let's log into the AWS console. This is the kind of thing I had to do off screen again. Okay. I'm in the mainframe. So, how do we do this? To create an image, do this stuff. Oh, I need to shut down botland for this to work, don't I? Darn, I should just do this stuff off stream. All right, then that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably take botland offline and work on this stuff offline, I think. I know I'm not at the uptime I should be at, which, by the way, out of curiosity here, let me take a look at something. How much have I been streaming in the last, like, 2 weeks? I know there's been some Portal in there. But yeah, last 14 days was 74 hours. Last 7 days was 41 hours. Normally it would have been 32 hours, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it for today. So I will catch you guys tomorrow at the normal time. Like I said, I might end it a bit early tomorrow as well, probably to get a haircut, not because of any like I'm foreseeing issues happening tomorrow, but yeah. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for the subscriptions today. I am gonna leave you guys with um, let's go with Zelna today. Yeah. So take care. Bye everyone. I'm gonna shut down Botland. Don't forget. So don't expect things to stay online. See ya.